Welcome to the second day of Drones Beyond, the international forum promoted by the DTI to animate the reflection on urban air mobility and on how mobility will change the transport of people, of goods in the near future, for example, in healthcare or commercial world. After the first day with the institutional greeting of Major of Bari Antonio De Caro and two interesting panels on the state of the art of the UMA in Europe, moderated by the Munish Kurana, senior manager of Eurocontrol, and one curated by Michele Giannuzzi from DTI on future of the city with sustainable mobility, in addition to a series of reports and intervention by academics and the productive world with, for example, the report by Franco Ongaro of Leonardo, and after the demonstration of the drones with the fly show in the afternoon, today we'll develop other topics from the House of Technology in Bari to further opportunities for development for drone to technology. Other three panel and Alessandro Delinoci, Assessore regionale, Regional Councillor for Economic Development, will also participate in the conclusion of the 2 days. Let's start the works with the introduction of the President of DTI, Giuseppe Acerno.
First of all, I would like to thank you, Michele, for your support in this new experience that you are living with us. I would say not new because we have already met in other occasions, but thank you for your readiness to support us today as the other occasions. I hope we can have our demonstration in the evening according to the weather forecast. We had 621 people registered, so it means that we have been almost 700, and it shows us that the topics that we have put in the heart of our initiative attract the attention, and I would say not only by aerospace technicians, but also by people, by, of course, young students. We have 360 young students yesterday. Maybe today we have something more because of some seminars that will be taken in the evening. And I think that we understand that there is a space to operate in the, as IASA said last year in its report, as the most important barrier for the success of the urban air mobility, the acceptance. So we have understood there are opportunity to fill this gap, to reduce the distance between citizens and technologies and urban air mobility. Then I think we have understood from the voice of a representative from different cities of Europe how important a city is in driving this process of transformation, of which is not only a technological transformation, it's cultural, it's also in the organization. And I would just underline the fact that we are very happy and proud to have this partnership with the municipality of Bari. And thanks again to the Vice Mayor. And yesterday I was telling him that we have been lucky also because he's a politician in this new experience of his life. First, he was a rector of the Polytechnic of Bari that has got all the components that can give us the confidence to deal with the public administration that can, from one side, understand and from the other side, able to be supported in its program and of transformation of the city by a small company as we are, although we are a consortium made by 27 shareholders, public and private. And another thing that I think we have understood is that the world ecosystem, we have to deal with it. Sometimes we hear this word so many times that as if we feel tired. But we have understood that this word works not only in our dimension, but is a key word for Europe. And again, the panel yesterday, we heard how it's important is to have an ecosystem that can support and push ahead. And then I think we have understood how important our infrastructure placed, of course, in this ecosystem that can support the need of answers to some questions that regards not only technologies, but regards also rule. A rule that allow us to use something that is public, which is the airspace. From a DTA point of view, this is very interesting because for us it's a confirmation. As I said, we are not a big company, and so understanding that what we chose many years ago to do was correct and is a confirmation about the efforts and the investment we have done since 2011. I see that Alessandro Mura is hearing, and at that time we were looking, we thought that the SkyX, SkyY, and Falco, which were the products of, at that time, Finmeccanica, in particular Selex and Alenia, needed the places to do their activity for improving the products in Italy. And we noticed how it happened abroad. So we thought that for us was a good opportunity to try to find a solution because there was a space in the market of these services. And we thought that maybe for us it could be also a good attractor to concentrate new capabilities and to develop new capabilities around this attractor that for us was the infrastructure. And then in this long journey, first we started in another place, which was not the airport of Grottaglie. We were in the proving ground in Ardò, which now is a property of Porsche Engineering. So that was the effort. Let's do something new that can give us and our system the opportunity to focalize all the efforts in order to create a capability that can be useful to attract something that is not here, something that comes from other places, and that has happened in the years, not only in the event like this one, but also in the real life and the industrial, let's say, dynamics of Apulia region. And I think that for us it's also important because you spoke about ecosystem. We believe that we are an ecosystem. We are a company made by public and private shareholders. We have institutions that are around us that have got in the top of the agenda the activities or the policies regarding aerospace. We have three universities which are shareholders of the district, which are Politecnico di Bari, Università del Salento, Università di Bari, which have invested a lot and have done many things in these years, starting from new courses, but something more, and maybe there will be the occasion from their voice to hear. And so we think that there are all the conditions to imagine that this is an ecosystem also because we have a curricula of activities. In particular, I think that at this time maybe we are one of the entities that have got the most relevant, one of the most relevant wallet, let's say, of cooperative research in this field, of course with many other partners. And also because we have realized an infrastructure in Grottaglie that I hope we will be able to start to reinforce next year. We are waiting for the result of a regional bid in which we have participated, and we are confident that we can invest 11 million euros more in the technological infrastructure that we already have in Grottaglie, which has realized with the support of ENAV, of Leonardo and D-Flight, that were able to help us to realize UTM and ATM system in first floor where we are located. And so Munich is not here, I would say. We are ready to be part of this network. We believe that we have all the conditions to see this city, this environment, this ecosystem, part of the new future network of the test range that Eurocontrol and the EASA, under the direction of the European Commission, will surely deliver in the next months. And one consideration about it is that if we think in a logic of ecosystem, so maybe our experience, which is a short experience, and it's just an opinion, let's say, to be more soft as we can, maybe the attention has to be concentrated not only to the typical needs in terms of technical capabilities and infrastructure related to the aerospace. I hope that this test range can also enter in a field which is not typical from aerospace, which is the relation with the community. And so we have done a lot to fertilize and to create the condition to give opportunities not only to young students, but to our community to understand the relevance. And if we read last year from EASA report that acceptance is the highest barrier, so we have to do something. And I think that in this idea of nodes, it's good to think also about these needs, which are not technical, and so to have a network, a European network, that can take care not only of the needs in terms of development of products, services, and rules, but we always have to push on this cultural change in which technologies can surely accompany the progress of our society. We believe in it. We try to do it with our shareholders in Apulia region. We do it with the municipality of Bari, and that's the reason that can allow me to say that we'll be soon knocking at the right door in order to push ahead our wishes, but I think our opportunities. Thank you.
Urban air mobility, for the President Cerno, it's opportunity for the community. About the community, I call on stage the Professor Eugenio Di Sciascio, Rettore Eugenio Di Sciascio, Deputy Mayor of the City of Bari.
Morning to everybody. I'm glad to be here again, so I welcome you, for most of you, again today. But I really want to thank you for being here, for believing in our bet, and for providing the humus that's necessary to build something. So I am really thankful to you. And just some bullet points. I want to stress Giuseppe, President Acerno, was very good to, to the municipality of Bari and to me in particular. He made just a little mistake. I'm not a politician, not even in this moment. I am the vice mayor of Bari, but I don't look at myself as a politician. I look at myself as a lover of the polis, in the etymological meaning of the word. And because I believe that when I started this adventure, let me tell you just as it was, I was quite doubtful about that. And then also for me, well, it was a bet. But I decided to take it because I was convinced that in our territory, in our city and in our region, there were already almost all the ingredients necessary to build an innovative environment. But you needed to explain it, to work it, on it to put together several people, several institutions, several things that were already there. And this is what we've been trying to do in these 3 years, with the pandemic included and a war at the borders. And I think that today, these 2 days are a part of the success of our work, and also an encouragement for the future. I believe that, I strongly believe, because I'm a professor of information systems, computer science. So that's the only title that's real. And I believe in innovation. A friend of mine used to say, I believe in the running code. And so I still believe in the running code. But what I'd like to stress is this fact. The innovation is the only key for the future. Because, you know, we everybody, from the foremost politicians to the so-called men on the road, walk on uncharted territory. I don't think that we have Chinese people used to say, I hope you live in interesting times. So we're living in interesting times, but that's not a well-wish. We're living in very interesting times, and it's an uncharted territory. You don't know what will be really, what will be the next year, what will be the cost of energy, what will be about the war, what will be about supply chains. There are so many question marks that you could make a forest of them. But I believe that the key in this challenging time is working on innovation. And this innovation, in particular for the topics at hand, passes through cities. And passes through cities because it's in cities that things happen. Everybody knows that there are mega cities that are growing mega cities, but also in cities like this one, the so-called medium-sized cities, that things are happening. And so we also, in our strategic design, we had to decide basically if we had to be pursuer of innovation or tried to be driver of innovation. So what I want to stress here today, we all of you respected colleagues and attendants, is that Bari accepts this challenge. So we're going to more and more being a real innovation hub, a real innovation place, and a place where you can use the city at its best. You can use the city because the city wants to learn and wants to develop through innovation. So maybe it's not the right sentence to say, use us. You will be welcome. We'll work together also on the issues that innovation brings with itself. Yesterday we were talking about the several problems, the several issues we have also in innovation. Regulation, which is important, cannot stand the speed of technological innovation. So we need to have, yesterday they were calling sandboxes, but we need administrations that are capable to walk the extra mile, knowing that's not because it's a game. Also yesterday and today we're proving that this is not a game. There are real business cases, there are real investors, there are people that are doing this to increase, to improve the life of citizens in the near future. And so we'll do our best to simplify, to streamline anything we can do to support companies, institutions to work with us in this process. I'm not Albert Schweitzer anyway, so why we do this? We do this because I believe that ordinary citizens and the whole environment of the city will gain on this, but will be a mutual gain, a win-win. We will learn, we will improve, we will attract, but we will also give something to the companies, to the entities that will want to work with us. I'm not taking any more of your time, but again, I really want to thank you all for being here today, and I hope that, as yesterday, we will have a fruitful day of listening and learning from the experience and from what is going on here around on this fantastic topic. Thanks a lot.
Bari believes in innovation as a strategic guide. Thanks for Professor Di Sciascio. Now, the vanguard of the drone experimentation is in Puglia, and now it's the moment I call here Antonio Zilli, project manager of DTI, for the report about Grottaglie Airport test bed.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning to this day. And my objective today is to make you aware of what we did in the last years and what we are going to do in the future years, in the next years, in Grottaglie, and how Grottaglie and Bari are directly connected in our development plan. Antonio Zilli from DTA, and I coordinate several projects that worked on this direction. So the first point, let me starting to make you aware of what is a Grottaglie Airport test bed. Grottaglie Airport test bed is a research and experimentation infrastructure used, exploited, realized by DTA in collaboration with its shareholders, some with shareholder Leonardo in primis, and exploited by the network we were able to mobilize, and it is growing also through this event, in order to develop the companies and the universities part of their innovation process there in an ecosystem environment. An ecosystem is in terms of persons, in terms of companies, and in terms of technologies. The Grottaglie Airport, the infrastructure that we have inside the Grottaglie Airport is also networked with external laboratories. We had the chance to demonstrate that it is possible to communicate and to do experimentations centered in Grottaglie and engaging laboratory outside Grottaglie. And now Grottaglie Airport test bed is going to engage also, to involve also the urban module that is the Bari Urban Drone Range. So what we realized here yesterday and today you have the chance to see is realized by building on top of the experience and the technologies we developed in Grottaglie, and now they are both will grow together. And Grottaglie is not only a technological infrastructure, it's not only a physical infrastructure. Grottaglie is a network of persons, a network of organizations, a network of knowledgeable matter experts, and that are committed to innovation. So it is a community that develop and exploit technological infrastructure. Why Grottaglie was selected several years ago, and what you can find basically there? You can find an airport, you can find airspace segregable for experimentation, you can find facilities, airport facilities. This is what you have there. And you can find also services and support and knowledge to realize your experimentation. And you can find also several features on the ground and on the useful for developing your technology, your solutions. in terms of features on the ground and capability to realize experimentation. So this is the very basic that you find there. But you can also exploit this basic in order to develop your product, develop your aircraft. In particular, we did now, just in these last 3 years, we did development of platforms, in particular with Leonardo is one of the most important, but not only Leonardo, with the new configuration of the aircraft, new components inside the aircraft. Another component of that you can develop there, is with the component for the air component of the aviation ecosystem, developing ATM and UTM and their integration. And we did that. We together, ENAV, together with the flight, together with Leonardo, together with Telespazio, and with universities. You can develop urban air mobility services. You can develop the data management system, and you can develop the test. And in the picture you see the first demonstration we had in Bari last year, with demonstrating the capacity of UAS to collect information and provide information to local police in order to do some new way, a new approach to what they do ordinarily. And lastly, but not least, in Grottaglie Airport you can demonstrate, you can train, you can educate persons to use the system and also diffuse awareness about the technological capacity and what UAS and UAM are going to deliver in the next years in our cities. We did activities in all these domains already, and we are going to do much more in the future years. Let me show you some of the context of the results. First of all, in this picture you see the number of projects that were realized and that realize the infrastructure and exploit the infrastructure. On this side, you find the first projects that you see. There are a number of projects that are built on top of knowledge and of technology realized. Many of these projects were led by DTA. Some of those projects are participated by DTA, but most important, some project doesn't participate in DTA, but the companies realizing the project understood the value of what Grottaglie Airport Testbed is able to deliver and decided to realize a part of their activities inside the GATB infrastructure. This project delivered results to the companies, results to the industry, results to the university, and this project was also the context in which DTA built with partners part of the solutions that are available today in Grottaglie and in Bari. In particular, on the left side, you find the first project with which, with Leonardo, deployed the simulation environment, and in Casa delle Tecnologie, Drones Beyond 2022, are the project in which we built the current coordination and control center you can visit also today in the other building. This plan is not completed, and you see on the right side the projects that are going to start in a few months that will build other components inside the Grottaglie Airport Testbed and will also build innovation, develop innovation inside the city of Bari mainly, but not only, in order to develop urban mobility services for the public administration, for the companies inside the cities, for the citizens that live in the cities. Now let me show you some of the results that we achieved with our partners, and maybe these results are not of DTA, but are of the companies that exploited the Grottaglie. We had several projects with Leonardo, some projects with Leonardo, through which they were able to realize the simulation environment of the helicopter, and also the helicopter itself was new configuration, new avionic modules was deployed inside the aircraft in order to make the aircraft able to do much more flight capacity. And also some modules to assess the vulnerability of UAS inside another project with the ESA, in which we are going we are able to do a penetration point assessment. Not only Leonardo, also another company, UMS Skelder, has the chance to test their aircraft inside the airport and to assess the capacity of the aircraft to fly autonomously, approach operation based only on GNSS capacity. So the system was demonstrated its ability, and they had the chance to see how stable are the flight performance of the aircraft in different conditions during a long-term experimentation campaign. Another domain in the ATM-UTM, mainly in collaboration with the ENAV and Leonardo and D-Flight, we had the chance to develop new functionalities inside the ATC applications and to test these new functionalities during real flight test demonstration, real flight experimentation with the real air traffic controller that experienced how they should work in the future when UAS will be integrated in the airspace. And this demonstration was realized again in exploiting the simulation environment, but also exploiting the real flight with unmanned aircraft of Leonardo. And in other projects, we worked also on the interaction and the connection of UTM and ATM system with the flight specifically. We had the chance to demonstrate how UAS systems, UAS unmanned air system are able to to fly in controlled airspace and not unsegregated airspace in coordination with other manned aircraft in order to deliver medical goods to the hospital, moving from the airport of Grottaglie, creating a connection, a coordination between UTM and ATM, and also this domain, this topic will be object of future initiative with D-Flight and ENAV. In the other domain, UAM services, we are working with universities mainly, in this case, in precision farming domain in order to understand how UAS must be operated and integrated with space services in order to provide knowledge to farmers on how their plantation is growing and how the information collected from the air, from the space, can improve their quality, can improve their industrial process and their farming procedures. But just because we are in Bari, let's focus on the right side of the slide. We started this cooperation with the city of Bari about 3 years ago, and then we had the chance to build with Vice Mayor Mr. Di Sciascio, we had the chance to start working not only on technology, but also on the soft part that is necessary to build the technology. And we founded the Drone Living Lab, in which university, in which industry, which end users in terms of public administration operators and institutions, again, the city of Bari is the main institution inside, collaborate in order to identify the needs and the problem of the city and design solutions based on our space technology, solutions for that problems, and solution connected and inserted in the systems that the municipality of Bari is already managing. And from the Drone Living Lab emerged several use cases in which space solutions, Earth observation, can support and many use cases in which UAS are going to provide, to contribute to solve. And in order to make this use case real test case, with this initiative, built the urban drone range, the first scratch of the urban drone range. And the Bari Smart Cities use case, because the concept is that UAS, urban air mobility services, are going to be part of the smart city, a component of the smart city. And the concept of the solutions, obviously, this is not so valuable to you. Obviously, are the use case regard the urban air mobility monitoring, ground and environment, and mobility services. We and UAS are able to improve the transportation system of the city, maybe impacting on the environment condition. And also, we would like to test in the future. Also, we did the first test starting from Grottaglie and reaching to Manduria for medical goods delivery, but we want to move also this kind of experimentation inside the city. Last point, we did in these last 2 years several events in which we had the chance to show Grottaglie Airport environment to different stakeholders. We had education and training to local police of Bari. We had the capacity to engage persons from the local police to test and to experience how the UTM, the flight system works, and how they can exploit in order to improve their capacity to manage a drone fleet that the local police of Bari has inside his capacity. We did a technological workshop to discuss solutions developed. We had technology demonstrations, so persons that arrive in Grottaglie can see directly in front of them how the company, different technology and the different solutions work there. And we have also mass events, Mediterranean Aerospace event last year, and the first issue of the first session of Drones Beyond last year in 2021. And about the education and training dissemination, I think that I put there, but on the small box, but from my point of view is the most important. We, in collaboration with the university that are part of all these projects, are able to move the knowledge created, the experience developed, to move inside the university course, so students are able to learn new knowledge created just these years. Well, lastly, let's go to the end, which is the technological infrastructure we built. It is a simulation environment that is able to create a communication of the different components of the simulation environment of the aviation ecosystem, the platforms, the ATC system, and several platforms from the satellite communication, the UTM system. As I mentioned before, the laboratory is not only Grottaglie, but is able to connect with Leonardo laboratories with safe and secure connections, and with the Telespazio module in Fucino Teleport Space Center, in order to include satellite communication in the experimentation we realized with Leonardo, INAV, and Telespazio. So the system is a simulation environment, but it's not only a simulation environment. Each module can be substituted by the real components in order to move to a live simulation in which the laboratory is connected with the real flight aircraft, with the real systems in the different location of the Italy, in Grottaglie, but also elsewhere. And this is the objective, is to connect physically and technologically Bari and Grottaglie. This laboratory was realized through a number of projects, adding components module by module through the project. And now we realized with the project Casa de Tecnologia, and for this event, we designed and deployed a coordination control center that collects information from the ground environment, collect information from the UAS, collect information from the satellites that are providing GNSS services, collect information from the weather, and show to the coordinator of the demonstrations a number of information in order to maintain and to guarantee safety and security of the UAS operation. This is, let me say, an exercise we did in order to think how a vertipad, a drone port, should manage the traffic near the place. And also the information that is collected are much more, let me say, physical, cameras, lights, data link, that we provide tools to the US operator here in order to operate correctly inside this new, innovative, experimental environment. So these two nodes are going to grow together, and the concept is that in Grottaglie we can have technology demonstration, technology development and demonstration, and in Bari moving all toward business case demonstration. Well, what you saw until now is the present, now which is the future. For me, it's quite simple to discuss the future because we already have the projects that are going to build our future. In the last part of the slide, in the right part of the slide, let me just say, scratch for you the objectives of these projects. With the project related to Grottaglie, we are going, and specifically with the three universities that are shareholders of DTA, University of Bari, University of Salento, and Politecnico di Bari, we are going to improve the technological capacity of the Grottaglie Airport Test Bed with a number of laboratories in different vertical domains, from GNSS to payloads, to data management system, to artificial intelligence and cybersecurity, and go on, in several domains that are all involved in the development of UAS and the realization of new urban air mobility services. And obviously, we are going also to continuously develop and test U-Space services and ITM UTM interfaces, hopefully and for sure with ENAV and DFlight collaboration. So the plan is already written. The plan is just to be realized in the future, and the projects are there. Projects that are the main one from Regione Puglia, but the other one are European projects. So the concept is that the infrastructure of Grottaglie is not only a regional infrastructure, but it is an international, European infrastructure. What's going on in Bari instead? With Bari, we are going to develop and continue to develop urban and mobility services by engaging the cities, the public administration, but we want to work with the support of the Mr. Di Sciascio. We want to engage other stakeholders of the mobility, of the urban mobility. And we want to increase the urban side of our network. What we want to do is also to continue and improve our coordination center to make it more and more effective, making it more and more useful for companies that will come here to test their solution inside the city of Bari. And obviously, the last part is to integrate urban air mobility. The objective is to integrate urban air mobility inside the city, not only to provide the service, but inside the ordinary transport map of the city. The idea is to build, in particular in this case with Exprivia, you may see yesterday in the afternoon, a concept of urban digital twin that is able to provide to the end user, to the several end users that could be exploiting, that would exploit these systems, the situational awareness, the transport-based situational awareness, including the air and the ground smart vehicles. And with all the projects that are already waiting just to start, what we want is to build and to develop an urban sandbox in which, simplifying at least, finding some conditions, defining the condition in which a simplified urban mobility services can be realized and demonstrated, experimented and demonstrated, with the objective to reduce the time to market of the solution, from the innovation starting to reaching a clear, effective understanding of the operational condition. So after this long trip, not so long in reality, which are the impacts we can learn from this experience? First of all, Grottaglie Airport Testbed is a center in which new knowledge is created. New knowledge that is available to university, new knowledge that is available to companies, new knowledge that is available to institutions. I think that we need to learn also from today. We had the chance to merge aviation community and institutional community that until a few years ago were definitively separated, and now they started to talk, and then knowledge starting to flow from one side to the other side. Another impact is about the solutions. Companies, our partners, Leonardo mainly, but not only Leonardo, is the chance to develop new prototypes. Not only Leonardo, Planetech is another company, and I can mention other companies that were involved in this project that had the chance to prototype solutions that in the future maybe will be part of their product and services. Another impact we established the Drone Living Lab that delivered the first use case and then demonstrations in which the city, the public administration of the city, is directly engaged and directly involved. The number of companies, just the main ones, and the impact obviously is what you see today here, the urban drone range, a center for experimenting UAM in a city, and obviously we are also generated directly in this location work days. But as you have the chance to see before, with the projects that we are going, we will build on these impacts to improve them and to widen these impacts. So Grottaglie Airport Testbed connected with the urban module is going to be an environment in which all together can learn, all together can start to develop new knowledge, and all together can make urban air mobility, US operation, real daily activities. Thank you all for your patience, your attention, and feel free to ask me any question during the day.
Allora, mentre siamo qui in sala per i nostri panel, i nostri seminari, i nostri incontri, nella sala qui accanto invece si svolge l'esposizione promossa appunto da aziende del settore dei droni, è una esposizione di tecnologie, ma è soprattutto un momento di contaminazione di conoscenze. E quindi quello che fino a poco tempo fa era qualcosa di immaginifico, no? I dischi volanti dei cartoni animati giapponesi della nostra infanzia sono invece adesso diventati droni, e nell'esposizione che c'è qui nella sala accanto, vedete qui alle spalle le immagini, ci sono appunto degli stand dove aziende italiane, aziende internazionali presentano i propri progetti, le proprie realizzazioni e anche la declinazione dell'uso dei droni nelle nostre città, nella nostra vita quotidiana. E quindi vediamo per esempio l'uso dei droni per la sicurezza delle città, oppure per il controllo del territorio. Abbiamo visto anche prima con gli esperimenti che ci sono già stati a Grottaglie, i casi in cui appunto i droni hanno trasportato per esempio medicinali negli ospedali. Poi per chi, diciamo, come noi pugliesi ama l'agricoltura e gli ulivi, grazie ai droni per esempio è stato possibile monitorare l'espansione del batterio killer degli ulivi, della xylella, e tutto questo fa parte appunto di un percorso che sembra futurista ma non lo è, ma è già concreto, è già parte delle nostre giornate nelle quali per esempio i droni possono monitorare il dissesto delle coste, lo stato idrogeologico di fiumi o di colline, con una serie di dimostrazioni quindi che abbiamo già visto, possono essere sia spettacolari come nel caso del gioco di luci dei droni andato in scena proprio qui alla Fiera del Levante ieri sera, oppure anche come è avvenuto nella giornata di ieri in un altro padiglione, con una sorta di contest nel quale si sono cimentati i giovani studenti, provando a manovrare, a guidare dei droni, perché a volte si inizia così, quindi come Homo Ludens si inizia giocando con i droni, per poi far diventare i droni parte della nostra vita futura, più sostenibile, ma anche più ecologica, anche con un risparmio di tempo. Quindi questo è un po' il senso della nostra 2 giorni legata appunto ai droni, promossa dal distretto tecnologico aerospaziale. Now is the moment of illustrated the project in the city of Bari about the House of Technology. And I call to come here. I ask to come here Michele Ruta, full professor of Politecnico di Bari. Prego.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michele Ruta. I'm the scientific coordinator of the project Casa delle Tecnologie Emergenti, also named Bari Open Innovation Hub. It is a project founded by the former Ministry of the Economic Development in Italy, which has a duration of 48 months, and which has been started in April 2021 with a funding of 6.4 million euros. And the project is basically located in 3 areas here in Bari. The first one is in the industrial district of the city. The second one is in the center of the city in Porta Futuro. And the third one is here in the Pavilion 169, near to this stand, near to the monumental fountain, where we have the control room of the main experiments carried out here in the Fiera del Levante. Basically, the project is oriented to have a test of a main intelligence solution in the field of mobility, and in particular, the overall experiments are carried out under the coverage of 5G connectivity operated by the partner team. But also we have a deep infrastructure all around the experimentation area with several IoT devices, such as, for example, smart traffic lights, but also smart lighting, but also sensor hubs, recalling and retrieving data from the field in order to obtain a context annotation to be adopted for further inferences. Furthermore, we have also the experimentation of an autonomous vehicle classified in the, by exploiting the classification of the Society of Automotive Engineers at level 4, with a specific path here all around the monumental fountain, and to be adopted and exploited in combination with drones and pedestrian mobility. Basically, we have also the final part of the project oriented to the experimentation of drones, along with the DTA and ENAC as partners, for purposes tied to the territory surveillance, the monitoring of roads and the infrastructures, but also for an advanced logistics for the so-called Logistics 4.0. This is the area of the experiments here in the Fiera del Levante, and basically you can see that the experimentation area is similar to a small portion of a smart city. And the general idea is that in a smart city, in the near future, these technologies could work together. This is the path for the autonomous vehicle we have adopted. In particular, the path is coming from the main entrance of the fair and moving all around the fountain and the pavilion where is located the control room for the project. This is the Navia shuttle bus we have adopted for the experimentation. Basically, it is a bus, an electrical bus, with a capability of hosting up to 50 people and equipped with several sensors and micro devices in order to have a complete 5G connectivity and vehicle-to-vehicle and vehicle-to-infrastructure connectivity for advanced purposes. In general, this experimentation just started, but we plan to extend the experimentation for a complex intermodality with the exploitation also of drones. With respect to the classic mobility, and in particular the mobility tied to classic vehicles, for example, we have developed an application able to extract and gather data from the normal vehicles, from cars, for example, by exploiting the OBD version 2 protocol now adopted for diagnostics, for example. And this data are combined with micro devices from data extracted by micro devices integrated within the smartphone, for example, accelerometers, also, this data are combined with external services, for example, web-based services or vehicle-to-infrastructure, vehicle-to-vehicle services. The raw data extracted in this way are combined and they are provided to data fusion algorithms in order to obtain an annotation, an high-level metadata associated to raw data, able to perform novel inferences, novel deductions about the environment, about what is happening at the ground level. And finally, this inference is able to provide a decision, to provide a support to the user, for example, driver, in order to avoid risks. But also, these inferences are able to provide information for decisors and then for avoiding a deep environmental impact, for example, in terms of pollution, just to set an example. This is also the application we are planning to develop for the pedestrian mobility. Also, in this case, we adopt the smartphone of the user in order to perform a monitoring of the pedestrian mobility by exploiting the internal micro devices of the smartphone of the user. And the flows extracted from the users in an anonymous fashion are aggregated by exploiting data mining techniques, and they are adopted for obtaining mobility patterns. And mobility patterns are combined with commercial information, for example, but also for public administration services and for, in general, public or private high-level events or services. For what concerns the part of the project devoted to drones, basically we have envisioned several missions, several tasks, several jobs with single drones or with multi-drones with several applications oriented basically to the monitoring of territory, the control of infrastructures, for example, or oriented to logistics 4.0, advanced logistics, especially in case of the combination between the drone and the autonomous vehicle moving all around the smart city, the smart city of the future. And in particular, the multimodal mobility is oriented to solve problem we have, some issues we have nowadays, so just for example, the delivery in case of emergencies, but also delivery in case of critical conditions, for example. Here we have the missions envisioned within the project. The first one is a mission with a single drone for purposes tied to the monitoring of the road surface. We have that within the area of experiments, we have located the takeoff and landing area, but also the ground station and the vertiport. The second mission, the second task, is related to a single drone for monitoring pollution, for the environmental monitoring. And also, in this case, we have that the communication, we have the coverage, we have provided coverage of 5G connectivity up to 100 meters, starting from the ground level. The coverage under 5G is, let's say, the main and the most important and relevant approach to grant the coverage of the flow of data starting from the drones and arriving to the ground stations. The third overflight mission is performed by exploiting a multi-drone, and this is the example of a multi-platform approach where we have several drones interacting among them. Also in this case, we have that the test area have been extended, covering all the space of the Fiera del Levante, on Fiera del Levante. The fourth mission is a radio bridge mission for experimenting approach with remote control. In this case, we have a radio bridge located outside the area of experiments and the overflight area. And we have that the virtual pilot is located within the Pavilion 169, where we have the control room of Casa delle Tecnologie Emergenti. And on the contrary, the mission has the purpose to perform a delivery in a given area. So the fifth mission is a delivery with a landing, in this case, in an external area. And in this case, the area for landing is located outside the area of overflight for the drone. Also, in this case, we have a locking point for the payload, and then the drone has the purpose to lock the payload and to deliver it in an external location. It is important for, from our standpoint, the case study related to the multimodal delivery, because in this case we have a novel experimentation, not already carried out anyway, because we have that in case of Fiera del Levante, we can experiment the possibility of a delivery involving also a maritime area, along with the terrestrial one, along with the overflight area where the drone is moving. In this case, we can also have novel insight about the possibility of an autonomous transport involving goods, but also people, with the specific purpose of optimizing costs and times of transportation. But also we can perform an integrated managing of traffic by exploiting both pedestrian mobility, but also aerial mobility, and obviously the terrestrial mobility. And the final goal could be, for example, the decrease of the pollution. And in this case, we can approach novel urban mobility paradigms. In this sense, we have developed the sixth mission, which is a multimodal delivery, where we have that the drone is adopted to connect a ship located in the maritime area in front of the main entrance of the fair, of the Fiera del Levante, and the bus, the autonomous shuttle, the Navia shuttle, said before, in order to obtain a connection, a direct connection between two different means in two different areas. Okay, that's all on my side. Here my contacts. I'm really available for collaboration and for any clarification you need. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks for Professor Ruta. Now is the moment of Manuela Matarrese. I ask to Manuela to come here to moderate and guide the table about an unmanned aerial vehicle. Allora, possono raggiungere qui il palco il professor Francesco Giordano, Antonio Ficarella, professore ordinario dell'Università del Salento, presidente del ITS Aerospazio Puglia, Michael Larsen, head of UAS Denmark Test Center, Francesca Zampano, Director of Internationalization Department della Regione Puglia, Marco Arrobbio, Head of Competence and Excellence Centers, Leonardo and Unmanned System. Prego.
Welcome to all. Welcome you all. I'm Manuela Matarrese, Project Manager of the DTA. I am delighted to be here with you, and I thank our guests for their presence on this panel. And with the now there are Francesco Giordano, full professor of University of Bari, the Professor Antonio Ficarella, full professor of University of Salento and President ITS Aerospace Puglia, Michael Larsen, head of UAS Denmark Test Center, and Francesca Zampano, Director of Internationalization Department of Apulia Region, and Marco Arrobbio, Head of Competencies of Excellence Center, Leonardo Unmanned System. With their valuable contribution, we will face on the different aspects the opportunities for our young people to establish themselves in a rapidly growing sector like the one we are dealing in these days. An industry that have great need of them. The human resources and their skills are crucial for the progress of society and for the growth of territories. In particular, they are crucial for the consolidation and competitiveness of the aerospace sector. My presentation, please. Okay. And the DTA, since its foundation, has always placed the value of human capital at the center of its strategies, planning and implementing initiatives and projects consistent with the need for new skills for the aerospace sector. We have proposed and realized courses of long life learning for employees of Apulian aerospace companies, higher technical training, in particular as ITS members, and internship aimed at employment, postgraduate masters, thesis, and industrial postdoc. As you can see in the slide, we have also carried out many orientation actions, investing our resources for school of all levels. I believe you have seen young students who, even now, while I speak to you, are visiting the exhibition accompanied by science communicators of ESA, and all the students are involved in FPV race. Furthermore, seminars will be held for university students. We do all this in collaboration with our shareholders and with the support of the regional and national institutions with which we share objectives, contents, methods, and tools. Finally, among our activities in the education field, there are the studies and research that we conduct to better understand the skills needs of the sector and the current training offer to propose, consequently, intervention aimed at reducing the talent gap. Regarding the talent gap, in September 2021, at the Mediterranean Aerospace Matching event in Grottaglie, I presented the results that emerged from a research conducted with Arthur De Little entitled Innovation in the Aerospace Sector and the Impact on the Training of Young Talents in Italy. The research was completed in July 2021 through a desk survey and on-field survey. We focused on the technological macro trends of the aerospace and defense sector determined by the transition to intelligent production process, such as digitalization of the aerospace and defense sector, optimization of the operations, product innovation. And in addition to highlighting the main skills needed, it emerged that the pandemic crisis has intensified the need of digital talents, able to dealing with dynamic and rapidly evolving scenarios with extreme flexibility. And now I want to introduce Professor Francesco Giordano, and and I would like to focus on the talent gap, and so I invite Professor Giordano to talk us about the training offered by the University of Bari for the aerospace sector and what, in this opinion, can improve the curricula young graduates. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thanks, Manuela, for the questions. I remember well because I was there at Mediterranean Aerospace Matching, putting also in that occasion the experience of of the University of Bari. So the talent gap is a critical issue, I guess. So we are working to cover the gap. It's not an easy task because we are convinced and also the consciousness about the actions that should be taken is increasing, as I would say, as academic systems, because the aerospace and space in general is a complex problematic, and so it requires complex answers. For doing that, so in 1 year, because the MAM took place almost 1 year ago, we promoted different answers, different actions. One is the idea that different sectors of the knowledge has to interact and dialogue together much more than they did in the past. An example, so the university opened a course that was called Horizon Seeds, and to apply to that, the guideline was to have at least 3 different sectors of knowledge agreed on a project and apply together. So this means that the humanistic sectors have to dialogue with the scientific ones in order to convince ourselves that complex situations requires a sort of holistic approach to that. And aerospace is one of that. Another action was the the conviction to go forward and insist on the industrial PhDs, for instance. So something related to graduated students. PhD courses means that students continuously is teaching, is training in research, but together with the industries, with the private sectors. All the projects requires a co-designed activities before the call, of course, and after that a period of students dedicated to pass into the private industries is mandatory. And at the end of that, the student has the title of PhD, that is the highest qualification title in the academic training in Italy, as well as they also know the activities and environment of the companies that house the student. Another, things that I'd like to mention is that we also put in place a lot of courses in a multidisciplinary approach. Just to mention one, we dedicated a lot of hours to the Agenda 2030 in all the declinations, and one in particular dedicated to the aerospace sector. So how the aerospace can give support to the SDGs. And those courses was open to the entire student community of our university, and even to the public society. We collect a lot of credits for doing that, and again is a measure to testimony that we are even more stronger than in the past in the conviction that we have to dialogue more in a much more multidisciplinary way manner than we did in the past.
Thank you, Francesco. Now I introduce Professor Antonio Ficarella. Higher technical institutes in Italy represent an important opportunity to improve the technical skills required by the labor market. I invite Professor Antonio Ficarella to tell us about the Apulia Aerospace Foundations.
Thank you very much, Manuela, and thank you to all the organizers to give me this opportunity. And I would like to say good morning to everybody. In Italy, the so-called VT, vocational and education and training, is becoming more and more important, because if we would like to start, the introduction of disruptive technologies in the production procedures of our companies, of our industries, it is of course of paramount importance. It's very important to have technicians and other people that are able to manage the introduction of new and very disruptive technologies. Just to give you an example, the additive manufacturing. So this kind of educational and training courses, like the so-called high technical institute, like the high technical institute of aerospace that is located in Brindisi, are now in Italy very, very important. I would like to say we've seen during the last economic crisis in Europe that countries like France and Deutschland, where this kind of training is characterized by an old and a strong history. So in these countries, let's say there were less problems related to the recovery from economical crisis and to update and to manage the introduction of new technologies, as I told you, in the production processes. So this field, this kind of activities are very, very important. I would like to say that another important problem that we have to take into account, as also my colleague underlined, is, to strengthen the collaboration in the region between the different actors, the different stakeholders, from industry, from university, and from, as I told you, high technical schools. Because it's very important to strengthen this collaboration, because now in the Apulia region, we will have a lot of opportunities, a lot of capabilities, but it's very important to put together those capabilities to create, some, let's say, a good training of our young people for our industries and for our companies. So that means, for example, to strengthen the collaboration between the different universities, University of Bari, of Salento, Polytechnic of Bari, and other universities that are in the Apulia region. Another point that I think it's important to take into consideration is also internationalization. Yesterday there was a very interesting meeting in Bari regarding a collaboration on ITS between Italy, Albania, and then Montenegro. And from those countries, from Balkanian countries, and even from countries of the south shore of the Mediterranean Sea, there is a lot of interest in our capability in training of the so-called human capital. So again, Apulia region can become a very important center also from this point of view. And as I told you, I think that there are all the capabilities, but the problem is that we should cooperate. There is a lot of cooperation. We are on the right way. There are a lot of initiatives, projects together and so on, but it is very important to strengthen this collaboration between the different stakeholders.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Denmark represents excellence in Europe for the use of drones in the civil field. And browsing in the internet, I learned that today they are also used for fishing. It's true? And I invite Michael Larsen to tell us about the Danish experience, also in relation to the opportunities for young people and the new entrepreneurship. Please, Michael.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's on. So thanks a lot for inviting me, Manuela. So I'm happy for that. And you know why it's also the subject is very relevant today. It's because this is this week is the Global Entrepreneurship Week. So I left from my home city. It's full of pitching, prize ceremonies, and so on this week. So we celebrate this this Entrepreneurship Week. But a little bit back to, I'll tell you a little bit about the robotics and drone industry in Denmark, and especially in Odense, where I'm from. So there's a lot of similarities, I think, between Bari and Odense. It's about the same population size. Both cities seem like being very forward-leaning towards new technology. So I think I'm really happy that I'm here, and I hope that we can develop our relationships in the years to come. I inserted this little snapshot on the first picture, which is from the Odense Robotic Insights report from this year, and it shows. I don't think you can read the small letters, but it states that the workforce will grow actually 64% over the next 5 years. And looking back, I think back in the 80s and 90s and last century, we were more or less a depressed area. Big factories closed down. But since then, something happened, and what we call collaborative robots working in manufacturing, it's become a real stronghold in the area. And the last 4 or 5 years, the drone industry has started growing as well. So first conclusion on this first slide is that we cannot possibly produce the engineers that we need in the area. Next, please.
Oh, sorry.
A little bit about where I'm from. So I think Antonio Zilli made my job now even easier because I'm based in a test center like Grottaglia. We've been working on this the last 10 years. Okay, thanks. I can do that. In the first years, we didn't have, to be honest today, we didn't have much activity. We were really first movers, we thought, but maybe too early. But now we have a lot of activity with daily test operations. Last year we had over 1,000 test missions. We have this 3,000 kilometer airspace available for BVLOS flights. Our biggest challenge is now is that we run out of space. We have 15 companies and Danish Defence in the center, but we need more space. And the other big challenge now is that our airspace capacity is actually it's full more or less. So we have the problem that both manned aviation and unmanned aviation now experience waiting times. So they have to land drones to take flights in on the runway and the other way around. So we're very much pushing for being able to integrate the traffic more, call it U-Space, call it UTM. We're working now in a national task force to try to solve this problem. Yeah, I think that was about it. We're a three-party ownership, the University of Southern Denmark, the city of Odense, and the airport where we're based. What we have experienced in our area is that this collaboration between business, research and education is really, really strong. So students and researchers walk in and out of the companies, and as you see, 64% think that they work closely with research and education, which is, I think, is remarkable actually. And 88% of the companies cooperate with the institutions that work in the like DTA or others. We have a specialized education in the robotics area, a master's degree, and also with a specialization in drones and autonomous systems. We've seen over the years, I would like to mention that as well, that it's become a really international community, the robotics area. We have a small startup almost becoming a scale-up based in the airport, measuring satellite antennas with drones. They are now a little more than 25 employees and 16 nationalities. So it's a real pleasure to have these people on site. Yeah, I think that was, and Manuela asked me also to comment on what's the public support to the sector. I can say that the test center is supported by the 2 owning municipalities, and we also, lab facilities and so on have been funded by a combination of national and European Union funds, financed by these REACT funds from the EU. These days we're acquiring, for example, a radar system to improve the situational awareness of the airspace. The startup area has been really, really important for us. Last week, the first major robotic startup in the area passed 1,000 employees, so that was really a milestone. And we also see now that for many years startups were more based out of established industry, but we see actually now more and more in the industry incubators that also students actually come in. So I think that we have seen that the quality of student startups has really improved dramatically. And universities working a lot with that, has a big support system. We have, at the moment, I asked last week, we have 125 active startups in the student incubator on campus. And that, of course, creates this kind of pipeline. And again, the public support in this area, I can say, is probably heavily publicly funded. It's free to study, take university degrees in Denmark. Students get, when they pass 20 years of age, they get an allowance or a monthly support of 860 euros to cover their expenses. Yeah, that was about it.
Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. Now, Francesca Zampano, Director of
Internationalization Politics.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Department of Apulia Regions.
Yeah.
And Francesca, I would like to thank you for this for supporting the effort to encourage networking between the companies and the participation of young people in this event. So I would ask you how important this is for the territorial system like the Apulia region.
Thank you, Manuela, and thanks to the organization for this opportunity. I apologize, but I will speak in Italian because my English is not fluent, so I prefer in these few minutes to that you can understand my reflections. Yeah,
No
sorry.
problem.
Next year probably. I'm studying to improve my English, so I hope that is possible. Yeah.
Speak with us in Italy, please.
Ok, thank you. Io sono particolarmente contenta dell'opportunità e delle modalità con cui l'iniziativa è stata organizzata, fortemente proposta nell'iniziativa, ma soprattutto il lavoro che quotidianamente si svolge per poter avvicinare il mondo dei ragazzi al mondo delle imprese, ed è un po' nel DNA, anche nella funzione del distretto tecnologico, rappresenta una grandissima opportunità per il nostro contesto territoriale. Molte delle iniziative in corso, in particolar modo del sistema universitario, sono state rappresentate dagli altri relatori, ma la cosa che mi rende particolarmente ottimista è la presentazione di Michael Larsen rispetto alle tipologie di interventi e politiche che come Dipartimento Sviluppo Economico della Regione Puglia stiamo provando a realizzare attraverso programmi dedicati per poter ambire a raggiungere quella tipologia di relazione tra il mondo dei giovani, il mondo degli studenti e il mondo delle imprese innovative in questo settore, che è un settore nel quale in particolar modo da anni la Regione ha investito risorse finanziarie, non solo, energie significative per poter essere competitiva a livello internazionale. Qual è l'ambizione e soprattutto qual è la motivazione di tutto ciò? Non pensiamo oltre che naturalmente al lavoro formativo che svolgono le università, le altre agenzie formative, la rete degli ITS nella forma più tradizionale del termine, ma quello che vorremmo fare è dare la possibilità ai ragazzi, e farlo sempre più, di poter formarsi in termini proprio di orientamento, di possibilità di intravedere prospettive di lavoro, di carriera, di crescita professionale sul territorio regionale anche in settori altamente innovativi. Questo non è scontato, non stiamo parlando né della formazione tradizionale né del cosiddetto apprendimento in situazione, quindi tirocini, gli stage, quanto piuttosto l'avvicinamento del mondo dei ragazzi a un sistema di imprese consolidato in fase di crescita rappresenta la modalità più efficace per poter far intravedere loro delle opportunità di lavoro e di carriera in settori, in segmenti, in attività dei quali neanche immaginano possa esserci l'esistenza per di più nel loro territorio di provenienza. Stiamo facendo un lavoro impegnativo, se vogliamo nuovo e speriamo e anche un po' ambizioso, con le start-up innovative che hanno ricevuto incentivi, ma non solo, che costituiscono il sistema delle start-up pugliesi. E abbiamo chiesto loro, nell'ambito di un'iniziativa che abbiamo voluto chiamare Puglia Foresight, come vedete voi la Puglia del futuro, quale fosse il sentimento, il desiderio, il bisogno principale che loro esprimevano, sentivano, e quasi per tutti sono stati esplicitati due bisogni e desideri: quello di poter restare in Puglia o quello di poter ritornare nel più breve tempo possibile a realizzare, a vedere avviata la loro idea progettuale proprio sul territorio in cui magari si sono formati, hanno vissuto, hanno le loro relazioni personali e amicali. Ci piacerebbe, e qui chiudo, che avvicinando il contesto delle imprese innovative di settore ai ragazzi ancora più giovani, quindi non solo gli start-upper, non solo gli universitari, ma anche proprio gli studenti, quelli che sono qui, addirittura i bambini, possiamo dare una possibilità in più, non solo quella di poter tornare o comunque poter vedere crescere un'idea di professione, di impresa su questo territorio, ma addirittura della possibilità che questa idea di formazione, professionalizzazione e quindi poi di impiego possa concretizzarsi sul nostro territorio, avendo sempre davanti, diciamo, uno sguardo sul mondo. Esattamente.
Thank you very much, Francesca. Thank you very much. The last but not the least, I invite Marco Arrobbio, Head of Competence and Excellence Center, Leonardo Unmanned System, to tell us about Leonardo Drones Contest.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody. Good morning. I work in Leonardo Unmanned System. I am in charge of the activity with the startups and the university. I'm happy to share with you the Leonardo Drone Contest. The Leonardo Drone Contest, it's open innovation activities that we made with Leonardo for designed and launched by Leonardo in collaboration with the university. The focus of these activities is artificial intelligence applied to unmanned system. The aim of the project is, of course, to create new professionals, but also to create an ecosystem in Italy that, with the objective to coordinate the activities and to improve the activities between large companies like Leonardo, but also university, with small, medium enterprises or spin-off and startup also. To do that, we are trying to reduce the gap between the university research and the needs of the big companies like Leonardo, because we know that there is a gap between our needs and the research. So we try to introduce in the research a real fly in the research activity. So we each year the doctorate of the university was engaged in annual competition in which they will try to operate their drones, and they competed. The competition was with the artificial intelligence activities of these drones. In particular, in the last 3 years, we support the activities of 6 PhD in 6 universities: Politecnico di Torino, Politecnico di Milano, University of Bologna, l'Università di Roma Tor Vergata e l'Università di Napoli Federico II. What they have to do, these PhD students have to develop an autonomous drone system and driving inside our in Turin, where we have this drone where we have the gauge, the web, where we have the drones competition. Starting, I'm happy because this year we can improve our community, we can improve our ecosystem, and starting from the next year, also the Polytechnic of Bari will be in the competition, so I'm happy to share that with you. And I'm at 1 p.m. We will enter in more details if we want to see some video or we want to see the competition. We have a video, and in a separated dedicated session at 1 p.m. we can share with you this information in Italian, so I can explain better what we do, and we can show a video, also a picture and a presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
See you. Thank you very much, Marco. That's all. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie a tutti. Adesso potete vedere scorrere qui alle mie spalle sullo schermo le immagini della gara del drone racing a cui hanno partecipato gli studenti degli istituti pugliesi. E come dicevo prima, un po' con una citazione letteraria, è diciamo un test dell'Homo Ludens, no? Questo libro di Johan Huizinga, uno scrittore olandese, che poi viene declinato nell'altro padiglione con questa sperimentazione straordinaria a cui hanno partecipato gli studenti pugliesi, che non solo hanno indossato i visori, non solo sono stati driver dei droni, ma nelle settimane, nei mesi precedenti si sono cimentati anche con la tecnologia meccanica, e quindi con la manutenzione per esempio delle mini eliche, o hanno approfondito l'alimentazione di questi apparecchi. Ovviamente proprio con il gioco, come diceva Huizinga, il gioco è fondamentale per poi favorire dei processi organici nelle organizzazioni sociali, quindi sostanzialmente questi giovanissimi pugliesi si sono abituati a relazionarsi con quella che sarà una tecnologia del futuro, una tecnologia che vedremo nelle città sempre più smart, ma anche nella nostra vita quotidiana, e che avrà un impatto, come dicevamo, che riguarderà anche un po' la sostenibilità e anche un profilo ecologico dei nuovi trasporti. Ovviamente la competizione è stata una competizione accesa. Qui vedete hanno guidato i droni attraverso una sorta di circuito, un percorso con ostacoli, e quindi è stata una competizione molto partecipata. I ragazzi si sono divertiti, ma soprattutto poi sono stati anche premiati, hanno lavorato con dei team, hanno imparato anche a fare appunto lavoro di squadra, di condivisione di obiettivi, e questi droni sostanzialmente giocattolo abituano proprio anche l'immaginario dei giovani pugliesi appunto alla nuova mobilità urbana, che è una delle frontiere a cui appunto tende il lavoro, lo studio che stiamo alimentando in questi 2 giorni qui alla Fiera del Levante. Now is the moment of the table, the panel about enterprises, technologies and the service for the smart city, enabling technologies for future mobility. I call here the moderator, Uri Bornstein, Senior Advisor of DTA. Prego.
Hello, everybody. My name is Uri Bornstein. I'm a senior advisor for DTA and representing them in Israel. In Israel, what we do is working closely together in order to establish collaboration between Apulian, Italian, and Israeli companies and academic institutions, stressing on drones mainly. My personal introduction to the drone industry was back in 1996 when I was certified as a UAV operator. And other than the fact it makes me feel a bit old, it's also, I think it provides me a kind of historical perspective on the evolution of the drone industry, starting from the early days where there were only, I would say, military or intelligence applications to what we are discussing here today also in this event, both in terms of the technology and also with respect to the use cases, the civil use cases that are actually ongoing. Our panel today is about enabling technologies for future mobility. And when I thought about this subject, about this topic, I had in mind what's under the hood of the revolution in smart mobility and future mobility. And so today we have five actually distinguished panelists. Four of them are here with me and will be on stage in a minute. And we'll have one in Zoom. And all five of them represent companies that are involved in actual development of what we call enabling technologies. And during the panel, we're going to explore some of the some kind of peripheral aspects of the development of the technology. Some of the topics were already discussed during previous panels. Some of them even in the previous panel, but most of them yesterday. But I think that although it was already discussed, there are still a lot to talk about. And what will be kind of unique with this panel is that we're going to have the perspective or the angle of the companies that are actually involved in the development. So we'll try to explore and ask them how do they see things from their side. So without further ado, I would like to call them on stage. First, I would like to call Antonio Fiorentini from Exprivia. Antonio heads the open innovation in the company. In this role, Antonio deals with channeling the group's innovation in order to generate business opportunities. Antonio holds a master's degree from University of Bari, and he defines himself as a huge fan of the most strange and unusual technologies. His words. So we're going to explore that a little bit. Welcome on board. Next, I would like to call Matteo Scopelliti from Team TIM. Okay. Matteo is going to join us in Zoom, I hope, in a minute. I'll introduce him just before. Matteo is a product marketing manager, a part of 5G and IoT enterprise marketing group of Team. Hi, Matteo.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. I hope we found you well.
Yeah, thank you. Not at the perfect condition, let me say, and I'm really sorry I can't be there.
Oh, we're happy to have you anyway. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next panelist is already a celebrity here in this event, based on his yesterday's appearances. I would like to call Peter Stirat from Skyports. And for those of you who weren't here yesterday, Peter heads the business development for survey and surveillance application for Skyports drone service business. Welcome aboard, Peter. Our next member is Gianpaolo Conte, and he works for a very small company. Most of you don't know, I would say. The name of the company is Leonardo. Please write it down. One day they're going to be huge. Gianpaolo is a program manager for the Urban Air Delivery Program under Leonardo's Unmanned System Unit. He holds a Master of Science degree in aerospace and a PhD in computer science. Gianpaolo also has over 20 years of experience with UAV systems, and he published over 20 scientific publications on UAS technologies. So welcome aboard. Our last but not least panelist is Alberto Iovino from ENAV. Alberto heads the operational support department and in charge of ATM-UTM integration with D-Flight. I think it's a very interesting position for our panel, so we'll stick to that. And we have distinguished members of, I would say, a very representative companies that deals with developing enabling technologies. And before we start digging into questions, first of all, when we talk about the future of mobility and the vision that is related to that, this is something that is a bit amorphic sometimes, or blurb. So just in order for us to have a kind of a frame for the conversation that we're going to have, I would like to ask you to describe the vision of future mobility, the way you see it from the eyes of the companies, okay? So that will give us a kind of a head start. So let's start from the end and go in that direction. So please.
Thank you, Uri, and good afternoon, I guess we should say, everybody. Thanks for inviting me here. Please allow me to quote Professor Di Ciocio's quote on Oriental wisdom. We do live interesting times. What we're dealing with today and yesterday and in the whole Transbeyond 2022 this year, in my view, is something which is the arrival of new transport means, which, just like other transport means which arrived in the past, is going to change not only the transportation world, but the world as a whole. And this is because this new means of transport is going to a crucial part of the way we now organize moving people and things, which is moving people and things by exploiting only exactly the amount of energy which is needed, which is something that the current model does not do. We waste huge amounts of energy with transport means stuck with surface vehicles in crowded cities, which are completely paralyzed by the current transportation model. So basically, in ENAV, we are holding right now since years now, and we encompass different companies which are ENAV itself, which provides air navigation services to manned traffic, legacy aviation. And we have D-Flight, which started developing solutions for drones and services to drones many years ago now, when the expression U-Space itself did not exist yet. We used to talk about UTM, unmanned traffic management. And we also have TechnoSky, which is our main manufacturer, but they started developing an interesting dimension as UAS operator. And we also have IDS or NAV, which develop software solutions for ATM, so they also cover that side of the coin. So basically, as a holding, we do encompass all the perspectives which may be useful in developing a vision. And our vision, as Yuri asked, is that we definitely have to progress towards integration of operations between manned and unmanned traffic, because they're all users of the same scenario, the same sky, so to say, and that this will be possible by integrating services. So our vision is that the integration of services will accompany the integration of operations towards a world where the problem will not be anymore how to have these two separate worlds live together, but actually is going to be integrating these two worlds in a single one.
Thank you, and I think ENAV is in a very good position to state that with respect to the type of expertise that you have under the wing of ENAV. Okay, thank you. Gianpaolo. Okay. Maybe.
Does it work? Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay. Future of mobility. So what is today mobility? We can say that it's congested. It's there are fatalities. It has an increasing cost, and it has non-negligible impact on the environment. This is the today mobility. What is the mobility that we foresee for the future? We want to see mobility which is safe, which is efficient, economic, and more environmentally friendly. So that's where we want to go. What are the enabling technology in order to have this transition? For sure, we have electrification. We have connectivity between vehicles. We need that, and we need autonomy in order to make the whole system working in a more efficient way. And where do the drone come into play in this mobility picture? Drone will be a part of the mobility in the future, for sure. We at Leonardo, we are developing many projects, but especially we have one specific project on logistic, on delivery, which is not last mile logistic, but we are looking into like a middle mile logistic, which means basically transporting heavy payload, more than 25 kilos over large distance, more than 25 kilometers. So this is the logistic domain we are looking at. And how do we think this can impact on mobility? What is the benefit? So we think that this can have a positive impact on the congestion of traffic. So we are looking in urban domain, moving large payloads, so offloading the part of the traffic which is nowadays on the road network, and using the third dimension, which is the sky. We are in partnership with Poste Italiane, who is the major logistic player in Italy. We have a project with them on middle mile delivery, and we are in an experimental phase. We are pulling out several demonstrations in urban area, especially in Turin. We are studying the problem, and we think that we can have an impact on the congestion of future traffic, so we can improve the life of people.
Okay, thank you. Very, very wide and very, I would say, holistic state of mind. The way I would expect a small company like Leonardo to have. I see Matteo is still with us. Matteo, how do you and team see the future with respect to future mobility?
First of all, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So, as probably all of you know, we are a telco operator, an ISP.
That's why we don't hear him so well.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, perfect. So we are focused on the new mobile network generations. And we think that this kind of technology will help us to create an ecosystem of innovative solutions for mobility. For this reason, we are, let me say, leading the 5G technology innovation. And to achieve this role, TIM won the best frequencies available in Italy. Of course, with the aim to develop the 5G network service in the whole country, but also to develop the main new asset for the new potential business. We've already reached more than 90% of 5G network coverage in some cities such as Milan, and obviously the 5G service is already available in many other cities for both consumer and enterprise customer with a speed up to 2 gigabit per second. We are talking about Rome, Turin, Florence, Bari, and any other city that is the core of Italian industry and tourism. And we are still working to gradually improve the 5G coverage in the whole country. So why, let me say, why is TIM focused on this kind of technology? Well, the 5G is the first mobile network standard that was designed not only to improve the speed of your mobile connection. It is designed to be used in any industry as an enabler of a new set of wireless solutions, especially for mobility, let me say. This technology ensures optimal mobile performances characterized by high speed, ultra-low latency, the possibility to connect a huge amount of devices, and to ensure connectivity motion up to 500 kilometers per hour. So exploiting all of these features, and of course the possibility to generate an ever-increasing amount of data, we believe that it is possible to have a part, let me say, in the evolution of the digital society in any kind of industry, from tourism, entertainment, and of course to, let me say, smart city and smart mobilities. So we are working in the creation, together with other companies, of course, of a new ecosystem of digital solutions for the future of mobility and of smart city. Not only, let me say, to enhance the value of the city, such as giving the possibility to live a cultural event through augmented or virtual reality, but also providing to both local and central government important tools and solutions to, let me say, for a more efficient and sustainable city and mobility management.
Okay. Please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, I heard some noise. So let me say the 5G is a powerful enabler. An example could be, as we already said, the possibility to remote pilot a drone. And this possibility enables a new set of possible solutions, such as drone delivery, so the possibility to use drones for security reasons. We've already realized some offer in which a drone equipped with a laser scan connected by 5G is able to create in a near real time, let me say, a 3D model of an infrastructure in order to improve the maintenance activities and to analyze the infrastructure conditions. So for all of these reasons, we believe that the future of mobility is strictly related to the evolution of the new mobile network generations?
Okay. Yeah, definitely an enabler. Okay, thank you, Matteo. Peter, what's your take on that?
Press anything? Or just, there we go, it will tune in. Yeah, really interesting points from everybody on the panel so far, and I guess building on a key theme from Matteo about kind of connectivity. And I guess for me, the future of mobility is telecommunications are an enabler of future mobility, but also there's another type of connectivity which is kind of intrinsic to mobility itself, and that's connecting people and places with the goods and services that they need. And with the kind of growing global population that we have and challenges with climate change and the march towards net zero, maintaining that connectivity without adapting and adopting new technologies is going to become increasingly challenging. The aviation industry is one that we all love, and it has been so important for connecting people and goods around the world, bringing together what can sometimes be a fractious, global society closer together. So it'd be really, a missed opportunity to harness the new technologies that are available to keep that connection that we have with different cultures, with different economies, and the opportunities that provides. At Skyports, our kind of mission is to solve complex logistical and operational challenges using unmanned systems. And for us, that is kind of intrinsic to the future of mobility, because there is this untapped space above our heads, and there is new technology which can continue to bring, people together using net zero, low carbon technologies, using eVTOLs and their ability to move goods around using low carbon technologies, drones. But also the future of mobility is about using drones to optimize the way in which we manage processes and the way in which we manage societies as well. So some of the demonstrations that we saw yesterday were fascinating, and some of the kind of different use cases for drones that are available in the market. One of which actually is very excites me personally, and that's using drones to create digital twins. And actually, in turn, these digital twins can be used to create smart, to feed into smart city models, and that actually can benefit mobility as a whole as well. So, ground-based mobility by finding efficiencies and tying in, IoT data and creating that kind of that holistic ecosystem as well. So, rather than just looking at, drones and eVTOL as the kind of way of moving people and goods around, actually looking at the unmanned vehicles as an enabler of the wider kind of future of mobility as well.
Perfect. Antonio.
Okay. Thank you so much for the invitation. So, talk about mobility is more complicated. It's more complicated because typically when we talk with our friends, with other people about mobility, we are thinking that we have to move to one place to the other place only of a city. But this is correct, but it is not true at the same time, because mobility has changed so much in the last 15 years, thanks probably to digital technologies, I can say, because digital technologies change a lot of the mobility in the last year. When I talk about digital technologies, I mean in particular technology, exponential technology, so IoT, 5G, in artificial intelligence, and so on. Why this? Because they are changing also the business model of mobility. Not only the mobility that I said before, move myself in another point, but the business model. And this is really important. This is really important because if we are thinking about this technology, we have to say that we have more connected vehicle, autonomous vehicle on the rise. We have more data to collect, yes, absolutely. But also the behavior of people are changing so much thanks to digital. Okay, and the last, but personally, I think the most important for us is that we are moving from sharing mobility to mobility as a service. Okay, so this is the idea that we have in our company of mobility. We are moving in digital twin, in the building of urban digital twin, where we are able to manage all the aspects of a town, of a city, from citizen and also infrastructure and so on. And I think that we have also some benefit, not only for us, but also for people, for citizens, for municipalities that has a lot of data about the city. So create an urban digital twin means to transform every asset of the city in information that can we manage and can we collect and analyze to produce a new scenario and so on. So this is our vision.
Okay, I think it's fascinating, and we were talking a lot of digitization and connectivity, and there's a lot of requirements flying around here in this on this stage in order to implement eventually the technology. And so before we dig into a deeper layer, I would like to first of all kind of shoot the question to the air. Mainly to Gianpaolo, because I wonder how did you manage to build this list of requirements that eventually leads to developing the technologies? And obviously there are other stakeholders in that loop. It's not only in this specific example Leonardo, but also other stakeholders. But I wonder if you can share with us just a little bit about the process of building the requirements for future mobility. Why is it like this and not differently?
Yes, requirements are important. It's a requirement elicitation problem, typical of system engineering approach or system of system engineering. Requirement elicitation, how we deal with this in Leonardo, it's we basically have stakeholder in the loop. So we need to have customer to draw requirement. We need to have users to draft requirements, and many stakeholders. So we have all those pieces in place to draft the requirement of logistic delivery with drone. So we, as I said before, we have Poste Italiane in the loop. If we really want to be serious with logistic, we need to have a logistic player,
like a design partner.
Yeah, in the design phase. We have them. We are pulling out experimental activities at their place, at their home. So in the real logistic environment, we have done experimentation in Turin last December, and with them to have the system in the environment with the logistic people in the loop of using the system to load, to unload boxes. We are noting, we are drafting all the requirement set up. So it's a process.
Mm-hmm.
We are in the middle of it. We have another project which we are dealing with HMI interface to drones, and for that we have gathered several users using interfaces, and from that we draft requirement of future fleet management system, for instance. So that's how we deal with it.
So it's not different from any other technological or engineering project. You get the requirements and then you build the technology accordingly. I'm asking this because we're talking about something which is revolutionary. I mean, the future mobility is something revolutionary. So it takes, I think, additional stakeholders in the process. And so let's touch in one of them, which is the regulator. Regulators were a huge subject here in this event, and many others. And I think it would be fair to say that normally regulators move slower than companies. Companies, we would like to run fast to the market, deliver, generate revenues. It's not exactly the main interest of the regulator sometimes. So there's a gap here which create difficulties. And I also think that maybe I should exclude the example that we've heard yesterday here in the panel from Ofer Lapid from the Israeli Innovation Authority, where the project is running very fast, thanks to the fact that the regulator is really involved in the process. But I think it's a kind of a unique example for that. And I think that the greatest impact may be on small companies. When we come to an event, when you need the regulator in the loop, but you don't have the resources and the time to allocate to that if you're a startup. So luckily, we have here in the panel both ends, I would say, of the, we have large companies and a startup. So Peter, let's start with you. If you can share with us a little bit about your company's experience in interface with regulators, maybe in different territories, if you have a couple of examples for that, and how does it affect your day-to-day operation as a startup, as a small company?
Yeah, so we've kind of learned the hard way, I guess. We founded in a country in the UK where and wanting to specialize in beyond visual line of sight drone operations in a territory where you're not allowed to do beyond visual line of sight drone operations. So we kind of started running uphill rather than trying to do things the easy way. And this was great initially because we were able to land some innovation projects. We were able to get temporary danger area approvals, but these only last for 3-month period, so you can't commercialize operations in that sense. We, despite being kind of a relatively small team, we prioritized investing in our team in the regulatory resource space. So we actually have hired, we have a team of 4 in our regulatory team. Which is like over 10% of our whole team on the drone service side, and those team members have come from the Hong Kong Civil Aviation Authority, the Singapore Civil Aviation Authority, UK Civil Aviation Authority, and also a pilot. He's actually still an active pilot for Virgin. He heads up our safety and compliance. So bringing in that manned aviation experience as well to kind of gain credibility with the regulators. So we've invested heavily in that space so that we can really build credibility, rather than kind of working against regulators and banging kind of our hands on the door. We've got people who really understand that process inside out, and one of the things that they've done, because the UK and Europe is, a relatively hard market for getting these types of approvals, what we have done is conducted a global research project, identifying running through the regulations of basically all of the markets in the world, and created a beyond visual line of sight priority list, creating a kind of prioritization of countries where either BVLOS is possible, you can get approvals instantly, where the regulation is yet to be kind of written, in place, and you have an opportunity there to actually work with the regulators to kind of write the rule book essentially, and then also looking for opportunities in countries where there are test beds, like here in Bari, in Denmark, with Larsen, who was on stage earlier. And using those opportunities internationally and the project work we're doing in the UK to constantly build the safety case, constantly collect data, and constantly have a direct line in with the Civil Aviation Authority, both in the UK or other territories that we're interested in, to have this kind of continuous feedback, this continuous loop of
recording in progress
and what's not, so that they understand the data that points that they should be looking at, because this is a new space. And I think the other final closing mark on it would be move fast as you can, because what we have found is that often, the timelines for getting these approvals can be quite lengthy, and you want to make sure you're dealing with the same people. Otherwise,
once they change, you start over.
Otherwise, often you get setbacks. You have to start over again. So, I guess that's something else we've learned from that.
So you actually say we are leveraging on the low-hanging fruits where we can go very fast, collect data, analyze it, improve our visuality to regulators, so then that they can trust us, so we can...
Exactly. So, look at projects, you want them to be commercially viable, but also, kind of identify stepping stones, identify opportunities for learnings, and identify opportunities for collecting data to take back and improve where it is you want to be operating.
Okay. Thank you, Peter. Alberto, I would like to ask you the same question, because you have a kind of a unique position with respect to having in both worlds, manned and unmanned, and being kind of in the middle. So what is your take in promoting projects and with dealing with the regulator?
This is an interesting one. I see Monish in the audience. I remember from his panel yesterday, at a certain point it was mentioned that sometimes industry and regulators are perceived as enemies, which is a strong word, but it's true. It gives the picture. It gives us the picture.
Different interests.
Yeah. But let me say, this is not 100% wrong. It is definitely a good thing that regulators and industry do not go at the same speed, because they are driven by different, perspectives and different reasons. So it's good the regulators play their role the right way.
Yeah.
At the same time, of course, regulation is the key enabler, and this is becoming more and more true in a world which is tending towards harmonization at continental level. We now have Europe playing a huge role in whatever we do in our everyday life. It's no more a domestic issue,
right.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
And basically, as a service provider, of course, we do operate within the given regulatory framework. We apply the rules that we have now. But at the same time, we are part of all the processes of evolving these regulations. And as you mentioned, this is both the national and European level. We are in a sort of peculiar position, so to say, because we have kind of a third-party perspective. We are not the industry. Of course, we are interested in looking at the industry, making progress and developing new ways and increasing the business. But at the same time, we are there to provide services to that business. It's not our business in the first place. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, we do have expertise and knowledge which resembles and somehow even tops in some ways what is in the course of the regulator, because we do have the field experience. So we are in a kind of position which can be crucial for the evolution of the system. And I have to say, in my experience, UK has an excellent tradition in the aviation business of cooperation and partnership between the authority and the service provider. I've always seen CAA and NATS going together and talking a lot and promoting the same views. I have to say that in Italy we're not far from there. We work a lot with ENAC. They're very busy and involved in developing new things, and what we are doing here is a proof of that. And we work a lot with them in that direction. So yes, I would agree with what you mentioned, that service providers can be really can make the difference in this topic.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. I would like to kind of touch another side of this of the regulation. From another aspect of the development of the technologies, and this is the experiments or the testing of this technology. Obviously, an integral and a critical part in every development process. But when we are talking about, and I would say even more than that, it's a critical part of the development process. And we would like, as companies that develop technologies, to be as realistic as possible. For us to kind of shorten the way to the market. And especially when we're talking about future mobility and urban or integrating into the urban environment. And so if we would like to make that realistic, then we're talking about allocating, portion of the city in order to test the technology. And this is where we meet another player, which is the municipalities, not only the regulator. So we're sitting here in Fiera del Levante, which is part of the city of Bari, of course, which was allocated by the city. And we've heard Vice Mayor Di Sciascio this morning talking about the commitment of the city of Bari in promoting experiments and future mobility. But I would say that not every city is the same with respect to that. So. Experimental. Another thing that worth mentioning is that this event last year took place in Grottaglie Airport, which is another facility for testing drones, and also the DTA has a part in that as well. And so when you come to make to test the technology and to make experiments, and you face the municipalities. What is your experience with that, related to smart mobility? So, Matteo, can you still hear us?
Yes.
So, what is your experience with team in being involved in experiments in an urban environment?
Well, let me say, first of all, we are working on many innovative solutions for the future of mobility, and this thanks to our innovation department, but also to our internal factories. And we understood that for some of these solutions, it is quite easy, let me say, to identify potential benefits and risks through an analysis of this scenario. On the other hand, there are other solutions that requires or may require additional assessment and the necessity to test the effectiveness and the safety of the solution for citizens. So we believe that any of this project that is characterized by an experimental infrastructure is really important, as it allows to have the opportunity not only to test the solution, but also to cooperate with other companies and other partners to create more complex and end-to-end scenarios. And to bring, let me say, values. And of course, in this kind of scenario, a central role is played by the municipality. And in general, we try to reach the needs of the municipality in order to adapt this kind of solution based on what is required, based on the specific needs. So let me say, just to give you an example about some solution.
Five, four.
In which, sorry?
No, please. I just counted down.
Okay.
For the communication.
Okay. The mobility as a service, which allow to plan, book, and buy different mobility services using a unique digital channel. And I'm talking about any kind of mobility services: bus, trains, airplane, and of course car sharing, carpooling, bike sharing, and so on. For this kind of project, it is quite easy to understand which is the benefit of this solution and the risks of this solution. But I think that this kind of technology must be personalized, let me say, on the needs of the city, of course. On the other hand, there are other solutions for mobility, such as the smart road solution, which allow to connect roads, vehicles, pedestrian, traffic light, anything, to a central platform, which is able to collect information from any object of the ecosystem and to create alerts, for example, to autonomous and assisted guided vehicles. And again, in this kind of scenario, it is a must, let me say, to test, especially for safety reason, this kind of solution before a large commercial phase, let me say. And in this kind of scenario, we joined a lot of projects, of course, and this project were necessary to understand, as I said, benefit and the risk. But I think that an important role, again, is played by the municipality, because any of these solutions must be customized on the real needs of the municipality, of course.
Okay, maybe it sounds like it's quite easy for team to experiment in an urban environment, and maybe the reason is that cellular network is important to run applications. So it's important to everybody, not necessarily to smart mobility. So you don't have to fly drones; you just improve the network. So everybody's TikTok run faster. So it's beneficial for everybody. Thank you, Matteo. Antonio, what is your experience with experimenting in urban environment?
Yes, as you said before, we are a technological company, we are a system integrator. So this means that we are not infrastructure maker and so on, but we are able to connect a lot of technology to create a digital solution. So this means for us it's really important to have this, and we are lucky. An example here in Bari, in the Innovation Lab, where we can test an example solution about mobility, autonomous vehicles, and so on. But if we don't have it, there is no business, I can say. Yeah, absolutely. So it's really, really important for us.
Yeah. Gianpaolo, you told me this morning about the experiment that you're about to run shortly. So you have another municipality other than Bari to extract that. What is your experience with dealing with the municipalities, their willingness to promote this kind of activities? How do they consider it? Is it important, not important? Do you find a friend there, or is it something that you have to dig very, very strongly in order to get the approvals that is required?
We found a lot of friends. We found a lot of friends. We have a lot of support in Turin, where we are placing the experimentation. We have local police, municipality, actively participating and helping us out in the experimental phase. So we have good collaboration with them. And urban environment is a complex environment, is very feature-rich environment, and you can learn a lot just putting a drone in that environment. So as soon as you start to dig into the problem, you have to cross bridges. You have to build a corridor in a vulnerable environment in a smart way, in a safe way.
Fly next to hospitals.
Fly next to hospitals. So in big cities there are hospitals, and then you have HEMS operation. You have emergency operation with real helicopter, and then you start to when you bring your problem. I want to fly a drone there. We have to pull out this mission, and then at the first sight you see, okay, so you are disturbing our activity. It's a disturbing element, and at first sight they have a hard time to understand why you want to do that. But as soon as you start to explain, you start to making them understand, okay, look, in 6 months or 1 year from now, this technology could be very, very helpful, even for emergency service. You can deliver a defibrillator, you can deliver blood sample in a fast way. So as soon as you start to communicate, then you start to see the collaboration. And you find there are problems, because integrating such a machine in an urban environment, it is a problem. But they are not impossible to solve. There is a way out. And then when you talk to them, then you find solutions. So
okay.
That's our experience.
Okay, thank you. But what I hear from you guys is that you still need to negotiate. I mean, you have to convince them, the municipality or other entities in the city, and negotiate, in order to execute what you would like to do. So I would say that with that respect, the interest, the global interest of promoting the future mobility is not yet on the ground for everybody, and we still have to struggle in order to promote not only with the regulator but also with local authorities and local
acceptance.
Let's talk about that.
That's the topic.
Yeah, let's talk about public acceptance again. Another topic that was covered widely also yesterday, and at least the image I got from yesterday's sessions is that public acceptance is kind of not an issue. Because the public is willing to accept, drones in the urban environment for deliveries, for especially for emergency situations. But I think that eventually, when you actually fly above the city, then things are different than the polls and the surveys that are being made all the time, and with that respect, I think that public acceptance is very important, and I wonder, and I want to ask you, if you take this this issue, as a parameter in your development process. Is it something that you take into account? Is it something that you proactively do in order to promote it, in order to reduce the rejection, in order to negotiate, as you mentioned, with the hospital, but try to do it as an inherent part of the development process?
It's yes, it is part of the in all our experimentation. We have a social acceptance sub-project. So we are doing a survey on social media. And we are really monitoring every time we pull out some experimentation and it goes public, and then we monitor the feeling. And we think that public acceptance is a communication problem. It's a communication as a purpose. So that's what it is. You have to really understand that you have to communicate, and then you have to give a purpose on what you do, and then people start to understand. If you don't give purpose and you do not communicate, then you don't get acceptance of what you're doing. So they just see you as a disturbing element.
Yeah.
And we have done some experience. We've done quite a few experimentation. We've been flying in Lazio region for medical delivery experiment in a year and a half ago, on Bambin Gesù Hospital. So we were, delivering some, experimental samples between hospitals, and 30 kilometers away along the coast, flying from one hospital to the other, and then we had to, when we had to land the second hospital, so we had to cross the beach and then land to the hospital, because the hospital was right on the beach. And then what we had to do, we had to block the beach, because when the drone was passing, you had to,
Yeah, it happened here yesterday, right? At the
demonstration.
demonstration.
You have to block people, and then say, okay, the drone is passing. We have an experimental project. You have to stop. You have to, and then we really got bad reaction from people. Why am
disturbing us?
I want to walk on the beach. So what is this drone doing here? And they really bad reaction. And then we were getting a problem. And then when we start to explain to them, look, this is an experimental program with the hospital, so we are trying to, accelerating the way of delivering blood samples for analysis, and then we start to explain that this one day your child can benefit from this, and then you immediately
see a different reaction.
Yeah, immediately we got a very so huge interest from them. They were stopping and looking at that, and they say, this is nice, and they understood.
So
there's a purpose.
It's a kind of an educational or PR issue for you. So if you take it into consideration in advance, then you can reduce dramatically the amount of antagonism comes from public, because they understand it's actually for them. Thank you, Peter. Say you have with vertiports, you have a very large friction with the public, because you actually build something, in the cities or on top of buildings, at least in the concept. So what is your take on that with respect to public acceptance? Is it part of your ongoing operation as a developer?
So on the vertiport side of the business, I think it's still at a stage where the eVTOL space and the concept of vertiports are really kind of just getting through into the general public. We're still not at a point where there's type certification for the aircraft themselves. So there hasn't kind of been at this stage, large consultations that we're going to be flying from A to B over a congested area. So I think it's probably slightly premature on the eVTOL and vertiport side of the business to gauge precisely what that's going to be. Where we have developed or are developing vertiports at the moment, the reception has been, positive. So we're just north of Paris. We're building a vertiport for the Paris Olympic Games in 2024. This is a showpiece of new technology, and it's all about developing, the public interest in it. So it's the start of that journey to demonstrate the capabilities, the benefits it's going to bring to people's lives. So I think from that perspective, it's been quite positive, but we're not at a stage like we are in the drone business at the moment, where we're saying, okay, next week we're going to be flying over your heads with a biological cargo. How do you feel about that? So I think the work we're doing on the vertiport business at the moment, in terms of actually building these, first vertiports, building prototypes, targeting projects like the one in Singapore, where we are developing a vertiport for touristic purposes to begin with. This is kind of really just nudging the general public's interest and understanding of what this new technology is.
Okay.
If just to say a comment quickly on the drone service side, just to echo exactly what Gianpaolo's experience, particularly on the medical delivery side, we with the work that we did in Scotland, initial reactions were it's a more remote location, so it's less tricky environment.
More sheep than
more,
people.
Yeah, more sheep. One of the main challenges actually was sheep and cows chewing through our communications boxes. So this was something our colleagues had to overcome. But as soon as people recognised that the purpose of the flights was for fighting COVID, then generally people were very supportive. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that's something that should be taken into consideration. Once you take it, then it reduces the rejection dramatically. That makes sense. I want to ask you, because we touched a few points, so peripheral points for the development, and we're talking a lot about future mobility. It's not a new subject. We're talking about it for a few years now. So, and obviously there are still some difficulties that some of them were mentioned in this panel. But now I would like to ask you, okay, so how far are we? I mean, what is the difference today with experimenting, with building the technologies, and to introduce them to the public, comparing to where it was like, I don't know, 3-4 years ago? Is it easier to operate today, or is it still a struggle the same way? How far are we? And I would also like to add to that, if you can refer to what's left. I mean, with respect to technology development, what's the next steps that each one of you are working on in order to bring this revolution to life? So let's start with you, Alberto, please.
Yeah, okay. First of all, please allow me to say that when I listen to Giampaolo talking, it all sounds very familiar. We do work a lot together because, for those who don't know it, although it's a small company, Leonardo is industrial partner in the flight as well. So we do have the industry on board as well. And this brings us back to what I said at the very beginning about this 360 degrees vision that we try to put into the system. And one very good example of that, coming to your question, is what we are doing right now. You've seen some flight demonstrations here in these last days. Something will happen today, I hope, if the weather is favorable. And we are quite close to an airport. Bari Airport, which is an international airport, is not far from here. It is definitely not far from here from an aeronautical point of view. It's a very short distance. And all these activities under the current regulatory framework have an impact on manned aviation operations at Bari. But they could take place, and you didn't see on TV or read on newspapers people complaining about the fact that their flights had been delayed. How did we do that? We started implementing levels of services. And what we did is to establish, I don't know if it's the first one anywhere, but for sure it's among the first ones around, an ops room for UTM services, which is going to be, an ops room for U-Space, any whatever you want to call it, it's services to unmanned traffic. And we did it right within a current ops room, which is the Rome Central Briefing Office, which in 2 words is the place where air traffic services interface with pilots and operators. So people who were coordinating these drone operations here with legacy manned traffic operations in Bari were sitting next to another colleague of mine who was at the same time talking to a pilot or to an airline operator. So we're actually doing it in the same ops room. And it's our vision indeed. And of course, yes, technology is going to play a paramount role. That's for sure. And this is going to be in the medium and long term for sure. And even the U-Space European regulatory package on U-Space, it's evidently all technology oriented. They foresee a world where this data travel in real time among all the stakeholders. Everybody has the full picture at any time, and everybody acts accordingly. This is most probably how it is going to be, because we are fully aware that the legacy way of providing services to manned traffic is not one-to-one replicable in the unmanned world, it's a different thing. They're flying objects, but they fly low, they fly slow, or most of them, not all of them. They don't have a pilot on board. They perform operations which are significantly different from those of manned aviation. And so you cannot imagine having a controller sitting in front of a screen and, you know, assigning heading or levels and handling traffic as we do with manned traffic. We still do with manned traffic, even if technology is very strong in ATM as well. But we are really convinced that before we get there, human in the loop is a significant contribution to move forward. There's a lot of technology in the system already, but the system as a whole is not technologically ready for that long-term vision. So we can achieve a significant level of capacity by keeping human operators in the loop already. And so what we do with this sort of organization allows for making important steps into having a significant number of operations, possibly simultaneous operations, as we saw here, operations integrated with ATM services and manned traffic, and we're doing a lot in that direction. We know that the role of humans will change in the medium and long term, but right now we are going there through applying things that we know very well from our working experience in legacy aviation.
Yeah. That's very bad news for a drone event, but yeah, thank you. I think we run out of time, so just a very quick reference from you, please, Antonio. What's the difference today comparing to, let's say, 4 years ago, and what's left ahead? Quite shortly, please.
Okay, there are a lot of change. I totally agree with him because he said that technology has changed. As I said before, this is the key factor of this change. But I have to say another thing that I want to stress, that is needed to cooperate. Is needed to cooperate between all the actors of this job, because it's really important for many reasons. The first one is that company typically don't have all the knowledge about technologies inside. So this means that have to look behind, have to look to the external idea, in example of startup, but also university, technology partner, and so on, to move in this direction. An example, we are using an open innovation model where we are using two different kind of communication with the partner, the inside out and outside in flow. They are very particular because we typically with outside in flow, we are able to get knowledge from the partner and to channeling them inside our company. But in the reverse flow, we are able to understand, in example, a needs from a customer, and we are able to communicate with our partner and to find the right solution to the problem.
So it's easier today than 4 years ago?
Yes, today is really.
I'm looking for good news to end this session.
And I hope also in the future. And I hope.
Okay, thank you very much. So we ran out of time, even though we have a few more issues that I wanted to explore about the competition between large companies and startups, and in this ecosystem, the word that everybody is trying to avoid to use. So I hope you enjoyed the session. Obviously, there's much work ahead of us in order to fulfill or to make it happen, everything. But that's also good news because we all have jobs, right, for the next 3 years. I'd like to thank the distinguished panelists that are on stage here, and also you, Matteo. Thank you for joining us and took the time to do that. Thank you very much, everybody, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Very good. Thanks.
Recording stopped.
Now it's the moment of the third panel of this morning. The topic is Enterprises, Technology and Service for the Smart City, Platform and Solution for UAM. And I call to come here Alessandro Cardi, Senior Advisor del Distretto Tecnologico Aerospaziale. Prego, Alessandro.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's still morning in our culture. So I do thank you for your strength, because this is the more challenging panel, because the timing is really challenging. So I will try to be very stick to the point and sharp with the let's say my introductory note and also the questions, in order to speed up the panel, not losing any information, of course, because we stay here in order to hear each other, to learn from each other's experience, and then we need a bit of time to do this. So I will call on the floor my speakers in a few moments. Let me only introduce the scenario where we stay. Now, in this panel, we will speak about mainly platform and mainly of solutions for UAM. Is let's say, a different point of view or different sides, a different angle from the previous panel about technology. So there's still industry dominating the scene, either the industry, the manufacturing on the manufacturing side, from the service side, from the operation side. So we have all the representation of the different kind of industry involved in this game. Let me go for a while in let's say, two pillars of knowledge, let's say two pieces of information. One is that when we speak about drones or drone activity or drone domain, we're speaking about digitalization, because the only way to work, to fly together, and to fly in the way drones like to fly is to digitalize, is to live in a digitalized world. So technology is the key of success. There's no chance from this approach. So this technology is very important, is the key of success, and we are dedicating a lot of efforts on this. We have seen the previous panel, but I will add an information about it. Is mature information. Is not something coming a few days ago, and that ENAC, the Civil Aviation Authority in Italy, has published last year the national roadmap for the implementation of UAM for AAM activities. It didn't made alone. It is made with the highly valuable contribution from industry. The main actors in Italy have participated, attended, and contributed to this roadmap in order to have, let's say, a pragmatic, real roadmap and real identification of the gaps. The roadmap identifies a number of technological gaps and trying to identify also the level of maturity that the technology is offering at a given moment. Then more and more we feel the technological gap, we will go to a different level of maturity, and then we can scale up the service. We can provide service more, let's say, efficient or even more performing. So this roadmap is essential for the affirmation and for the growth of the system. And then the industry that has contributed knows very well the value of having put on the sheet and identified, I think to remember, more than 54 or more than 55 technological gaps to be filled in order to have a mature, let's say, sector, in order for safety and for performance of the activities. So this is important, and now we will touch this subject with my speakers that I invite on the floor. Please, may I ask for Michael Hart from Boeing to come to join me, and is working in the field of autonomy technologies research and research in Europe, from Boeing Europe. Please take your seat. Then Carlo Tursi from Urban V, and he's dedicated to the infrastructuring, the sector. Federico Bus is an operational engineer of Flying Basket, well-established operator, and the other well-established operator we have needed a top view, and I ask Alberto Mennella to join me, please. This is the innovation manager. We also have Laura Esposito, the manager of RPS unit in Telespazio, one of the major contributor for our roadmap, so is a way to test what we are doing. And Alon Abelslon from, here he is, please join me, thank you, from Highlander, Israeli. So, I will try to be, as I promised, very sharp and stick to the point in order to manage at the best way, in the best way, our time. So this is a very limited resource today. So I will make a first round of questions to our speakers, and it will be the same, more or less, because there are different let's say, approaches, different point of view, different angles to approach solutions for UAM. And I will start with Michael Hart, Boeing, in order to ask you, what is your contribution in terms of ATM solution today, and what is just in this moment on the way for the tomorrow solutions that you are envisaged, your company has envisaged, and you can tell us today.
Okay. Hello? Hello?
Please change the mic.
Maybe now.
Okay.
Yes, hello? Yeah. Yeah, our activities in this area of advanced air mobility center around autonomy and, well, urban air taxis, which falls within the line of products that we promote. And so we've been working on a number of projects recently, large projects within a region of in Galicia, since, well, I'm located in Spain, and there they have a region similar to this one, in which they are actively promoting the development of these types of advanced air mobility technologies. And there we're looking in, primarily we had a large project dedicated to contingency management. That's an area which is, we believe, critical in order to enable a safe integration of these technologies into the airspace. And now, well, we also have a couple large projects. Another large project that's completing now is one called USky, which is a high-fidelity, broadly encompassing U-space simulation environment. We believe that's also can be a very important tool for verification and validation of the different operations and platforms that we all want to see eventually integrated into our skies. And then finally we have also another very ambitious project which we hope to kick off next year, which will be the construction of a vertiport and the associated technologies in order to supply this operational area, this complex new type of operational area for for the traffic, associated with advanced air mobility. And for, in particular, these last two projects, we do hope to connect on a European scale, European-wide, to exchange experiences, because I think it's also a critical element for advancing in this area, is to have a lot of exchange between the different participating entities. So that's a quick summary.
Yes, only one question, just to, if you can give some more information. Boeing, we know, is a big player, and as any big player, they let's say, they think and they act in a global approach. They go. It's not only a manufacturer of aircraft, so they not only manufacture drones or aircraft in general sense, but also take care of operations, flight, and infrastructure, so we know. But can you just spend a few words about the timing of the project, because you're well involved in the human transportation with the air taxi. That is the most challenging activity with drones.
Well, I'm convinced that within this decade, we're going to see urban air taxis. Boeing has taken the mic, okay. Yeah, Boeing has taken the more ambitious approach of directly, choosing to have autonomous operations, not with like a pilot on board initially. It's a questionable approach, but I believe it certainly has good arguments for taking this approach. So it's, but in either case, as you say, the regulations, the integration, all these elements is a big challenge, and that's something we are spending a lot of time and dedication and looking into, making sure primarily that the business can be profitable. So, and in order for that to happen, many things have to be taken into consideration very early on, to make sure at least that a roadmap is in place, that we can have autonomous operations before the end of the decade with people on board, right? So,
fantastic. So, may I ask Laura, what about your contribution as Telespazio?
Does it work? Yeah. Well, we have been working mainly in two different streams in the last recent years. The first stream that we should see on the following slide is the services for drones. So in this basket, we can imagine all those solutions that enable somehow the integration of the U-Space and the ATM, and at the same time, all the solutions that allow the maturation. Oh, thank you very much. Thanks. That allow the maturation of the U-Space itself. So, for example, connectivity and navigation solutions, and geo-awareness layer, and at the same time, the harmonization between the two words, manned and unmanned, so the common altitude reference system that you may have heard about with the project Icarus. And the second stream we have been working on is the solution with drones. This is maybe easier to understand because we are talking about all those applications that foresee end-to-end services for end user, in which drones are used as tools or sensor to perform the service itself. And just to give you a perception of where we are, we have been working on a number of different vertical segments. And if we think about the roadmap issued by ENAC, we can share a positive message. I don't want to go into the details of all the projects, but the message is that we have been able to perform a number of demonstrations in controlled spaces. So we can say that we are at level 1 of maturity in all these fields, that it's really a positive message, and we really hope to look forward for more mature level of applications in the next coming months and years. If we want to give a look more in detail to the building blocks that are behind all these kind of applications, we have developed an integrated proposition in Telespazio that is called T-Drones. It is integrated not only because we cover, let's say, different technologies, but also because we go through all the different phases of the mission. So from the planning to the execution and monitoring and to the exploitation of data. Let's have examples, let me say, more concrete of these three phases and technologies. Firstly, we have developed a software platform that is able to support detailed planning of the mission in terms of trajectory, availability of pilots and drones. And the same platform supports the end user with the execution of the mission in terms of command and control of vehicles, and also in terms of wide monitoring, in terms not only of trajectory, but also of position of the drone itself, and also in terms of integrity of the navigation and communication channels. Within this platform, we can integrate two other pieces of the puzzle that are a connectivity solution, so a hardware box, a communication box that enables both the LTE channel and the satellite channel communication. And another third technology we can integrate as another plug-and-play solution is the augmentation toolkit. So a solution that not only provides more information on the precision of the drone, but also, and most importantly, on the integrity of the position itself, which is another key aspect for a safe integration of the drones in the ATM world. Finally, regarding the, let me say, the third phase of a mission, so the data exploitation, this part is the one that is mostly dependent on the application we're talking about, because according to the service, we have to use different kind of data and different algorithm to provide the end user with relevant information and not only raw data. But we're covering also this area, and all the picture is based on a cloud infrastructure that is based on Fucino Teleport, and the cloud meets the highest national requirements in terms of security. So it's another key aspect of our proposition. And just to make it more real and not only a slide, I'd like to show you briefly a video of a recent project that is still ongoing. It should be completed by the end of the year. The project is called S-Edge. It's an ESA application, business application project. And it's a law enforcement application in which we have used all the integrated proposition that I have showed you in the previous slide, together with the 5G and with other technologies provided by other partners that you will see in the video. Okay, thanks. There is also the audio, if it's possible otherwise. We just see the images. And that's it. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Laura. That's very interesting. And we see that good news. We have already today
a level of technology allowing quite a number of different operations. Then let's go on, and this is interesting to pass on a different angle. Let we see two operators, or let's say mainly operators. They are not only operators; they are the very selected ones because they are only also a role in. I don't want to say manufacturing in the specific sense, but they are also capable of manufacture something, so they are not only pure operators. So I will ask Alberto Mennella from TopView to tell us what is the contribution from your side.
Thank you, Alessandro. So yes, you're right, basically, because we started as a drone manufacturer in the beginning in 2013, but we understood that we should have change a little bit our strategy. So that's why we've concentrated more on payload, more on devices and transponders. So basically we are technology providers, but also system integrator and US operators. So our contribution actually to, and we participated to the definition of the U-Space since the beginning, because we were founded with a project called DREAMS in 2016, which has been one of the first SRGU project. And afterwards we had Icarus with Telespazio and Eurocontrol. And so we tried to collect and exploit all the results of this R&D project. And one of the tangible results that actually is, let's say, in the form of a UTM box, which is our Policino box that you might have seen even yesterday during the demonstration, that has been mounted on different drones. So this box, we decided to start with a very simple product, and day by day, month by month, add new functionalities and new features. So this box, the first prototype, was launched last year, and we made a pretty big campaign with different US operators, even with DTA that supported us in different activities, and many other operators in Italy. And so we were capable to collect feedback from the ground and even to understand better what were the real needs of operators. Being ourselves also an operator, we know that on the field it's, you need something that is really plug and play. You want to just switch a button and have the track on a UTM provider, on the U-Space service provider. So together with DFlight, we exploiting the first ICD of DFlight, so the public document where the specification of the telemetry was published, we integrated this very simple product in DFlight. Afterwards, we developed our own API. So in this way, this device is very simple to be integrated in different UTM technology providers, and just sharing simple telemetry information according to the network remote identification standard. So we are waiting now for the upcoming regulation, 664 regulation, to be capable to go more on, let's say, on an industrialization phase, and to provide a pre-series of I would say, at least 500 devices to be tested in different environment and ready for the market. We also have a version of this Policino, which is a virtual application, so it's a ground control station for drones that actually is just compliant with the DJI drones, but we are planning also to extend it to additional drones in the future. So far at this stage, we started with this product, and thanks to different R&D project and different opportunities, we will little by little add the new features and new functionalities to this box. So this is our contribution at this moment to this community.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Just to underline,
there will be no service that will be commercially sustainable without traffic management. And there will be no traffic management without tracking. So tracking is the real rough basis for any kind of tracking and traffic management in order to support any application, specifically in the urban area. So I think that it is for sure the right way, and is another good news that we can add to the messages that is coming from industry. So let's you please.
We can save this slide for the.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, this is about the future. I just talked about what is available now, so maybe I can spend a few words.
No, I think it's better to go on now.
Okay. So, in this slide, this is a new project that we started this month with USPA. This project is called Certiflight, and this project also the DTA and also the city of Bari is involved in the advisory board for the testing of this new service. So basically, starting from the box, we want to add additional services such as the legal recording service, the digital logbook, and even additional commercial service that might be needed in the future. Just to give you an example, a service that allows to certify the hours of flight. So considering a business case where a client wants to contract an operator for making some inspections and wants to pay him on the basis of hours of flight. With this project, we identified a service that provides a report, and our work is going to make this report with a legal value, so that the report can be used for many applications, starting from business application, but even all particular use cases. For instance, in the case of the autonomous drones, there might be some problems in the liability chain from the, let's say, the manufacturer of the drone, the operator, and the pilot that we don't know yet if it's going to be still in the loop or it's going to be a fleet manager of multi-drone platforms and so on. So with this service, we would like to provide an additional added value, starting from the tracks provided by our boxes Policino, but we have to add additional feature. One of the features is that the signal should be genuine from the origin. So, as you probably know, there's a new Galileo service called OSNMA, so the Navigation Message Authentication Service, that guarantees to GNSS compliant receiver that this GNSS signal is genuine by the origin. And together with the blockchain that will guarantee the storing of the position information and also additional information related to position, we can have a sort of repository where everyone can access. So that can be also a sort of auditing system, also for authorities to download the certified positions and also additional information related to those positions. And this might be very useful for many use cases. So this is what we will. This is in the roadmap that of our boxes, this is a way how to exploit the result of research in tangible products that have a value on the market. At least we believe that operators would pay for such a service.
Okay, thank you. Wonderful. I think the next step is essential because the certainty of the position is linked with the safety in principle, because you must be certain that the drone is at that point and not in another one. And this system will avoid the spoofing and other, let's say, criminal
activities that can be put in place by illegal people, let's say, or something like this. So it's a very important step, and there will be a certified chain will be in the loop. And okay, so as I mentioned before, let's hear from Federico Bus, Flying Basket, the contribution and the experience that has been done in the field of solution, UM solution. Please.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Federico Bus, operations engineer for Flying Basket. I'm honored to be here today representing the company. I will help myself with a few slides and with my notes to get straight to the point, so that for the important things that I have to share with you. Thank you. So, Flying Basket is a company based in Bolzano, in Italy. Was founded already back in 2015 by the Moroder brothers, and had a very important growth in the last 2 years. Today we are more than 30 talents from around the world that make Flying Basket a very dynamic environment to work in. Now, to answer your question, what Flying Basket as a company brings to the advanced air mobility. Flying Basket brings drone cargo transportation to reality already today. In fact, the drone as a service for heavy payload delivery was born to address some pain points of the industry, of the commercial industries. For some application, in fact, the traditional means of transport, like for example, heavy and bulky cranes or helicopters that are very noisy and polluting, are not proportioned to the end use. For example, as I said, for some application, of course, like transporting and mounting, I just give few examples. Antennas, 4 or 5G antennas on the roof of a building, as well as solar panels, talking about sustainability, or other applications in the logistic chain, like bringing food and medicine to hard-to-reach locations. We think about mountain shelters, or an island, a boat offshore. This is possible already today with our drones, with our service, which is environmentally friendly, it's cheaper to operate and deploy, and safe for the operator because it's unmanned, of course. But also for the degree, for the services, for some services that could be by themselves critical for the environment that we operate in. So very briefly about the vertical integration of our company. So Flying Basket designs, produces, operate, and maintain end-to-end solutions, drones, to provide end-to-end solution to customers. Our vertical integration, learning from our experience, then it's a good way as operators to improve our product and always keep up to pace with the emerging technology. Of course, we do a lot of things ourselves, but we welcome other platform, like we integrate also Policino platform for some applications. So this synergy, it's vital for us. Now the product. As I said, the product as now is the service, but we are considering starting now to sell our system, the drone, to few selected customers. Of course, we cannot sell this kind of drones that you've probably seen it in the static display in the front, because it's quite a big machine. It's able to, you can read the specs, I will not go through, but the main point is that it can lift up to 100 kilo payloads on top of his own weight, which is already 70 kilos. So it can lift more than its own weight. It's fully electric, so zero emissions. And what is not mentioned here is how we deploy the payload. We transport and we deliver the payload through a sling system, which is a metal rope attached to a remote control load hook attached to the center of gravity of the drone that enable us, the pilot, to transport the goods, place it accurately in a point, let's say 5 meters diameter point, looking at it through the very high resolution camera, giving video to the operator, and deploying, disconnecting the payload, in fact, without even having the need of landing at the delivery point, then coming back. Yeah, this is without the need of a delivery area. So operational scenarios. There are many applications, but operationally, I work in operations. I'm a drone pilot myself. The two scenarios are subdivided principally in two. We do load lifting. That means operations that can exploit the maximum takeoff weight of the machine, namely 170 kilos. These operations that are mainly vertical transport from ground zero, let's say, to a high building roof, for example, are typically conducted in visual line of sight that already facilitate a lot and the possibility to control the ground area as well, being the mission, let's say, having the mission a limited operational footprint. This is, let's say, this is how we actually can already integrate this kind of service also in more challenging environment, like it could be the urban environment. And then the medium range, the middle mile delivery, also our some of our partners, like Leonardo, we're already talking about with some proof of concept for Poste Italiane. It's very, very interesting. And this is more for the medium range. Of course, these have, let's say, more challenges, I would say, in terms of ground risk and air risk. So we have to cooperate with the other airspace users, of course, and plan the missions in a smart way. Still, in this scope, drones, big drones, can be a good solution for alternative to helicopters or cars or boats, surface vehicles, because are faster and are more easier to deploy. And the last one, so about client project, as I said, Flying Basket, it's already operating and giving services to customers. We focus on energy and telecommunications. Also, we have already clients for forestry applications, and already some good contracts with some telecom partners and clients. And of course, the other proof of concepts involve logistic services that at the end is the future of urban air mobility. And as I said, experimentation, it's a very, very important part for our development. Thank you.
Thank you, Federico. Other good news in terms of services already available and services that will be available in the near future. So we are speaking about now not the last mile, but proximity services in the city. So we are just having a look on the network. And the network of activities is something that is asking from two main aspects, two main enablers. Well, the first one is in the field of services, traffic management services, or the, let's say, U-Space. Now, to use a word that has not been used till now, but has been, let's say, anticipated by the concept of the sandbox that we have heard yesterday and even today. So I will ask Alon from Israeli to Highlander, this a company from Israeli, to give us some point of view and contribution to your company, to this technology. Please.
Thank you. So I think the best way to answer this question is to walk through the indie project that's happening in Israel in the last 2 years. I may say it's a crazy project. If I'm going back 2 years ago, the CAAI, the Israeli authority, the Israeli authority is actually said to any startup in the ecosystem, Israeli ecosystem, come, bring your technology, let's break the rules. And I don't know if you ever saw a startup or Israeli startup companies, it's not going to end good. So they start and bring a lot of technology and try every day to break the rules. But when you are talking about aviation, it's not the right way to do that. So the Israeli Aviation Authority said, okay, let's start from the beginning, let's build the rules. So we founded in the project that actually responsible to bring U-Space companies or USSPs companies with different operators to work, especially in urban areas. And I'm very proud we are already flying thousands of flights, operating daily based and providing commercial or answering commercial needs like delivery, medical delivery. A good example is one of the hospitals in the middle of Israel. We changed the way that they are delivering medical in areas that in rush hour it will take 1 hour to deliver it to around 4 minutes. But I think the best thing is actually to do it daily based, and then you are actually understand the maturity and the challenges that you're probably going to find in the airspace. We started in specific areas, or let's call it Cyrillic domes, that we are allowed to fly. And then we implement what we called airspace assessment, building the structure of the airspace and bringing it to be under the UTM or USSP solutions. And here you can see the process that we are doing, how we started in the suburb, and then we enter to the cities like Tel Aviv. Then you actually understand the challenges. Then you understand the problem with the communication, GPS, flying very close to international airports. And I think this is the big advantage that we got from this kind of project. We can see in the last 2 years how the aviation is changing. I think the reason that we are sitting here with companies, telecom companies, and Boeing with startups is actually saying that the aviation is changing. It's going to be different in the future. The unmanned aviation is going to be part of the manned aviation airspace, and the change in the airspace actually asking for new way to manage the airspace. So we are taking all the knowledge that we have from the military, from the manned aviation that we know, and bring it to be part of the unmanned aviation today. Here you can see a few examples how we are collaborate with a lot of companies. At the moment, we have more than 10 companies, operators that flying daily based. The target for 2023 is going to be 30 companies, including companies like Kiang, Air, that doing air mobility. And I think this is the answer how we can achieve the goals by collaboration between technologies, collaboration and sitting, like the guy from Leonardo said, side by side with the manned aviation and air traffic management. And this is what we are trying to achieve in small country like Israel, to fly as much as we can, to learn as much as we can, and to use technology to solve airspace problem that we know today. Example of collaboration is also with a guy here with a remote identification, and I think this is what we are looking in Israel, the ability to bring more technologies to area that we are operating daily based, to get more knowledge and to be more and more mature. I was very surprised to hear someone said I'm in level 1 of maturity. In Israel, it's not working like that. We are starting from saying we are at level 5, let's see how it's going to work. and then we realize that it's not working, and building from the beginning. I think this is what we are doing during this project. Now the project definitely more mature, and we can see more technologies and more companies all over the world coming to learn and to build with us. Also working side by side with Europe Control, following EASA, the FAA rules. So it's interesting.
Yeah, well, of course. Thank you, Alan. It's very interesting, the number of flights that you have made, because it's something very important. In order to gain experience, you have to fly, and you have to experience on daily basis all the, let's say, imperfections or the gaps between operations and things that can happen in order to fix before entering into operation, into commercial operations. So, as I said, the traffic management is a master, is a key in order to deploy services, specifically on the cities. And the other enabler, fundamental enabler, are for sure infrastructures, because of course we will be very impressed when we will have an aerotaxi, unmanned aerotaxi, bringing people from one part of the city to another one. But and in any case, you know that you will have a vertiport, or what we today is known as vertiport, a place to land and to take off after landing and changing passengers. But also for goods, we need vertiport. Of course, are different, and all these aspects are, let's say, part of the same technological challenge. Then I will ask now Carlo Tursi, CEO of UrbanV. What is the contribution on the field of infrastructures?
Thank you, Alessandro. Thanks, everyone. So we've spoken about a lot today, a lot of interesting conversations about the future of mobility. So allow me to start by coming back to the present. And so we should have a video contribution that should be able to start. And what I would like to show you is something that already exists today. And okay, I think they need to put the video. Okay, there you go. So what you see behind me is it's not a render. It's a true video. It's a real video, and it's a vertiport. It's the first vertiport here in Italy. It's a test vertiport located in Rome, right next to Fiumicino Airport. It was also the first test vertiport to be inaugurated in Europe, and we did it last month in October in collaboration with our partners and shareholders at Aeroporti di Roma. And what you see here is a video of the first manned flight of an eVTOL in Italy. It took place in the beginning of October together with our partners at Volocopter. And so this already exists today. And this is what we do at UrbanV. We focus on vertiports. We build infrastructure for advanced air mobility. And so, I spoke about, I started from the present, and now let me move into the future, not into a very distant future. I'm not talking 2050, 2030 even, but just a couple of years from now. Let's fast forward to fall 2024. That's when we expect, and we are working every day with my team, we expect to allow every one of us in this room here to come to Rome, to come to one of our vertiports, a real not just a test vertiport, the one that you see behind me, a real vertiport, board an eVTOL and fly above Rome on an air taxi to your destination vertiport, where you will be able to continue your journey until your final destination. So we are working to make Rome one of the very first cities in the world to have eVTOL air taxi services. So air taxi service with fully electric aerial drones. And we are working hard together with our partners at Volocopter to make sure that can happen by the end of 2024. But we're not stopping there, obviously. We are working on developing networks in other cities, not only in the city of Rome, but also in other places in Italy, for example, in the Veneto region, starting from Venice, but going beyond that, in the Emilia-Romagna region, Bologna and beyond, in France, in the Côte d'Azur, Nice, Monaco, Saint-Tropez, Cannes, etc., and in a number of places around the world. And that's really what Urban V is all about. It's about allowing this new form of mobility, integrating it into the texture of our cities and of our urban environments, and working together with industrial partners, with regulators, with air traffic management, to turn this vision into a reality, as quickly as possible within, obviously the safety constraints that are typical of the aviation industry. So that's us in a nutshell.
Thank you very much. It's very, very interesting that we have very good different points of view on the same subject, how technology have developed now some services and some offers, and how the technology will provide tomorrow other more mature solutions. Of course, all these will happen and must happen in a regulatory, let's say, scenario where the regulator has a very, very big task to provide regulation in order to allow, not to prohibit, but to allow that things can happen on one side, and the people that are involved or the people not involved in the activity are preserved and are safe in their life. So thank you very much. I will just ask your patience for 5-10 minutes with a second round of questions. Or let's say more than this. We have spoken about technology, what is the state of the art today or tomorrow. But we know that technology, in order to make step forward, in order to mature, to reach a different level of maturity, has to be tested, has to be developed and tested, and again tested. And then you have to test the mix of technologies, because it doesn't matter if you have a technology that is mature enough. If you mix it with another technology that has not the same level of maturity, you will fall in a very, very big troubles. So you have to manage a global growth, and you have to integrate technologies. So you need, the test is the key message on this. Now we have, let's say we have heard yesterday and tomorrow many, let's say, interventions, or more than one intervention, from the technical ones about the status of the art in Taranto-Grottaglie as a test bed, national test bed, qualified as it is from by the Civil Aviation Authority and by the Minister in the national plan. So it's something that is the will of the government and the will of the nation to have such a kind of facility available for anyone, not for people living in Puglia, available for everyone, Italian one, European one, extra-European ones. So it's something that is put at the disposal of the people that need to test. Then we have heard yesterday and even today from the Professor Di Sciascio about the availability of Bari, or the city of Bari, to be part of the experimentation, part of the test. Of course, now we are facing a situation in which, in a limited space, limited territory, we have the capability to test all the components of the value chain from drone activities, from testing the platform, from the sensors, the integration, the profile, the mission, the performances, and then the business cases, or otherwise the kind of services in a real urban scenario. So there is something very unique, and I wish to ask you, what is your sentiment about this? Or how do you feel that this capability that has already shown something, but has a potential to offer much more than this? I will start with Laura, please.
Yeah, sure.
Just a few words.
Yeah.
We just maintain.
My sentiment is that for sure both Grottaglie Airport test bed and the sandbox we are going to see in Puglia cities are key, let's say, to to continue on the maturation plan we're talking about, we said we are at level 1 of maturity in terms of integration, let me say, between the services and the use space and ATM. So if we give a look to technologies, for sure the TRL is quite high, but what is missing, I think, is really the integration with all the elements, both of services provider, drone operators, use space service provider, and authorities. So I strongly believe that the Grottaglie Airport testbed will be really useful to test the, let's say, single technologies and to integrate them, while the sandboxes will be more oriented on the business pre-commercial services. Yeah. Finally, let me say, not only in non-urban areas, but really inside cities, with all the challenges you were describing before, that right now we have tested in controlled areas through NOTAM and through all the diseases, let me say, that we give to the citizen, blocking beaches or area of the cities. Thanks.
Wonderful. Yeah, I fully agree with you. We have to make another step through these tools in order to make normal, to bring the operation in the normality, in normal life, not as an exceptional situation. Can we continue with Alberto, maybe, and then?
Well, I fully agree with you, Laura, and you, Alessandro. Both sites are excellent site of testing. Yesterday, as you know, we made this mission, this transport mission from this area to the port area, and one of our first thoughts was, yes, we need really a urban environment to test how this mission can be, profile of the mission can fit in a real urban scenario, because it's very different if you test the very same mission in rural environment, where you might have not all these base stations and telecommunication let's say points that may disturb your command and control signal. So all these matters are really needed to prove on site. And also having this kind of services on, let's say, on a daily basis. What we need now is to go go ahead and to have these missions not just for, let's say, for an event, but we have to collect data, and also in your presentation, all the what you have done also in Israel is really interesting. So I think that a place like this is wonderful to test technologies and also US operations.
Okay, then Federico, what is your sentiment on the subject?
Absolutely, I agree with my colleagues. Without a proper ecosystem, also as you said, such an advanced and technological organism, let's call it like that, like our drone, cannot thrive. So since we are already in service today, we need all of the help we can get from authorities, facilities, vertiports, UTM providers, to scale up the business, to get to those operational environments like urban, which are more challenging, but more complex operationally, but also interesting from a commercial point of view, of course. Of course, we have to distinguish between testing a prototype that needs a sandbox and, like, say, a safe and dedicated environment, which is safe, and testing a service, which is more complex. Of course, we require the standards, guidance material, a lot of things. Without going too far into the future, I think what we lack and we are in need. Let's say what we can already do today, it's the advanced air mobility initiatives can already, we see like a good starting point to facilitate communication with local authorities and other airspace users to start a coordination, like the so-called UTM, in fact.
Okay, thank you. And let's go to a provocation. Just what about a vertiport in Bari? No, or what do you think about this situation to experiment a urban vertiport?
First of all, you touch a sensitive subject because I should confess that Bari is my hometown. So I'm definitely looking forward to bringing advanced air mobility here. But we strongly believe in the importance of testing and testing in real life conditions, as close as possible to real life conditions. The test vertiport that you saw in the video behind me a few minutes ago, I should have mentioned, it is placed within a regulatory sandbox, the first regulatory sandbox for advanced air mobility approved by the Italian Civil Aviation Authority here in Italy. And the flight that you saw was actually a test flight. It was the first of a series of test flights and of tests that we are conducting both on the ground and in the air, and that we will keep conducting throughout 2023, both on passenger and cargo transport, to improve and fine-tune all aspects of operations while we get ready for commercial launch in 2024. So having another test bed here in Puglia is a great opportunity, and it's a great opportunity for the entire industry to learn quickly, to accelerate the pace of transition towards commercial services. And we do see Puglia, the Puglia region, Bari, and the Puglia region in general as a very ripe market for both passenger transport and for a number of cargo applications that might be carried out by drones, medical services, but not only that. So definitely a welcome initiative.
Okay, thank you. I'm really interested in your position, Michael, looking from a different point of view and with a different experience from the national one.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I think one of the key aspects, and certainly this test site can make a large contribution to that, is in establishing the assurance and guarantees and the safety, of all these new types of operations, new types of business concepts. And for that, it's such a diverse area, advanced air mobility, right? So we have all these different sizes of platforms, different types of operations, short distances, long distances. Each we, there's the risk and performance standards need to be put in place in order to gain that type of assurance. And for that, a lot of testing is necessary. We need to gain insight on what are the correct risk and performance criteria, and also the related like CNS, communication, navigation, surveillance technologies, so that we can have established that level of assurance and guarantees that we need for safe operations. And so these test sites, this one in particular, they're all critical in order to gain those type of insights, I believe, and exchanging our experiences together in order to advance quicker to that, I would say, common ground where we feel that these operations are safe and profitable, right? So that's my.
Thank you, Michael. And going back to even the presentation of the Danish speaker before has shown how complex can be a test center, and how much economy and how much potential can be built in a test center in order to facilitate and to put all together all the actors in order to have a real life all around you when you test and experiment something. And last but not least, I left Alan because you have already made, let's say, a very large test campaign in order to reach the level of maturity that you have shown to us. So what is your experience in this sense?
I think what we found, as I mentioned, is that the level of maturity is accelerate very fast when you are active in real life, in real places, and doing commercial flights. There is a big between flying in testing field, everything's sterile, it's okay, you can crash, and then you are jumping to the city. There is a big difference. I think this is one of the reasons that we are here. We have a good connection with DTA. We really believe in projects that we can do in cities with the municipality, with the support of the municipality. And it's very hard to find right now cities that supporting and saying, okay, come, please bring your technology. They are really afraid from the regulation and how the public will see the situation in the city. I think the citizen is really want to adopt new technology. Okay, it's look at the beginning something that they will say, okay, the noise and the privacy. We found in Israel that they don't interesting about that. Okay, drones are flying, buzzing, that's it. And I think this is the new and the interesting thing that we can do with the municipals, with the regulators, side by side. So this is why we believe in this sandbox and the potential here.
Okay. Thank you very much. A very, very interesting point of view and sharing your experiences is something that, let's say, confirm, because we need confirmation about what we think. And this confirmation thing that coming also from our international, or coming from outside Italy, the testimonials are really enriched us about with their experience. So thank you very much. I think it's time to stop. Thank you to the audience for the patience and the strength you have shown. Thank you very much. Bye.
Intanto un annuncio, chi ha parcheggiato l'automobile davanti all'ingresso monumentale della fiera dovrebbe affrettarsi a spostarla perché poi la strada sarà chiusa. Another information, we will start at 3 o'clock, a new demonstration with the drone outside in the drone space, drone arena. Now it's a moment for the conclusion of this 2 days of conferences. I call here Professor Eugenio Di Sciascio, Deputy Mayor of the City of Bari.
I won't take you more than 1 minute because I know that I'm what separates you from lunch and from the rest of the afternoon. So again, just to thank you. I think it's been quite a useful couple of days that we've been working on together, and I hope to see you all again in Bari or wherever our work will take us. So again, thanks, and I hope you also have the chance to enjoy somehow the city in this afternoon and also in the evening for those who stay here. So the weather is improved, so let's hope, let's cross our fingers for the rest of the Drones Beyond 2022, and I just want to give you an appointment to the next edition and to the work that will be ahead to make these kind of activities more and more a reality, business, normal business, but also keeping in mind that there's a vision in the work we've been doing. Thanks again. Have a fine lunch.
Now the conclusion of the kingmaker of this event, the president, kingmaker, Giuseppe Acerno.
So we are so few now that I could joke. If I'm
your king, you will be my queen, would say in David Bowie in a famous song that is strictly related to space. Just to say something, okay, let's stop. Let's try to be serious. The first thing that I would say is that Ministry of Economic Development was here with us, and he had to move, and according to our late time, he told me just to say welcome to everyone. But this is not the only thing that he would have said, as already Gian Elisa Berlingerio said, that they are interested in give value to the new European program that already see resources, although it's not approved here as in the other region of Italy, resources to support not only the attraction of traditional investment, let's say, but instruments that are taking care of the peculiarity of the aerospace. He would have said that there will be the Technonid space, which will be an instrument dedicated to the startup that operate in space, that it seems to be, I can assure it, knowing some of the instruments all around Europe, that it will be very competitive in order to support typical activities that are not manufacturing, are not buildings, but are activities and services that will be supported in financial terms by this instrument of the new 7 programs of European funds. So I think that we will have a more opportunity to operate in a pushing way and in a pulling way. As you know, Giancarlo, we always run, so we will come to knock to some of your doors, but we really would like to be informed by you about what we can do more, apart from what we have done, because there are all the ingredients, I think, to continue these activities that with some of you we had already started. And I think that the words that Eugenio Di Sciascio said maybe can convince all of us that here things would like to be serious. The approach of the public administration, affordable, serious, and concrete. And I think that for all of you that have day by day to program budget, activities, strategies, initiatives, this could be something important. I think that we have the chance to meet together next year. This year we have been in Bari. Last year we were in Grottaglie. We will go back there in September 2023. We hope to be more able to enlarge the participants in a different way, because that one is not the city, and there are already some activities belonging to Leonardo in principle, which is our shareholder, and from other companies that are coming, and there is a strong activity of ENAC in order to qualify better the airport. So we will be there. We think that one day maybe we will have more and more enterprises to have an air show based on drones in Italy. And this is our aim. This is the idea that gave birth to the Mediterranean Aerospace Matching. I don't know if we will succeed, but step by step we will surely continue on this path. Thank you very much, and have a good time for the rest of your day. Thank you.
I need to build on that. As I say, if tu Jones che è normale, di simple. So, anyway, this is the problem. When you achieve some results, you have to build on that. Anche questo. Ci sentiamo settimana prossima.
Sì, un attimo. Lo ricevi adesso?
Buon pomeriggio, benvenuti alla seconda sessione di dimostrazioni di volo di Drones Beyond 2022. Ricordo a tutti, Drones Beyond è l'iniziativa sull'Urban Air Mobility, evoluzione e prospettive, organizzata dal Distretto Tecnologico Aerospaziale, Comune di Bari e Regione Puglia. Siamo all'esterno come ieri perché ci saranno una serie di dimostrazioni di volo live in diretta che verranno eseguite attraverso l'infrastruttura che è stata attrezzata per l'occasione. Questa iniziativa, questo evento è un'occasione per presentare il Bari Urban Drone Range, un'infrastruttura che è stata appunto sviluppata dal DTA insieme anche a un'altra serie di stakeholder e ha due elementi principali che sono il vertiporto e la control room. Il vertiporto è quello che potete vedere dietro di me, è un'area attrezzata per il controllo delle operazioni, il comando delle operazioni e il decollo e l'atterraggio dei droni. È stata realizzata anche con il supporto di AMT Services, azienda partner con noi del progetto Casa delle Tecnologie Emergenti, che ha realizzato una serie di capacità legate ai segnali luminosi per il decollo e l'atterraggio, l'utilizzo di telecamere per il controllo delle aree e la sicurezza degli accessi. Il secondo elemento di questa infrastruttura è la control room, che è una sala di controllo dello spazio aereo circostante e le operazioni. Vediamo adesso sullo schermo insomma, Vincenzo e gli altri operatori. Ciao Vincenzo, magari ci dai qualche indicazione della control room come ieri?
Sono qui in control room, li vediamo un po'. Ora stavo appunto guardando di flight lo stato dei le nostre piattaforme su questo portale, il traffico unmanned. Ora qui ho una copia su questo display del comando e controllo del pilota, lo stato del segnale GNSS e come detto la vista e l'infrastruttura del Vertistop.
Ti chiedo fra quanto tempo inizieremo con la prima missione di volo, quando è previsto il decollo?
Abbiamo giusto qualche problema col vento, stiamo aspettando qualche minuto per decollare.
Ok, ovviamente le condizioni meteorologiche per la realizzazione di questo tipo di demo è molto importante ed è determinante insomma, per il decollo del drone. Intanto possiamo però presentare la prima missione che è stata realizzata da DTA con il supporto e l'aiuto di Exprivia. Il titolo della missione è Urban Territorial Control, quindi controllo territoriale urbano. Con noi c'è Pietro Noviello, che è responsabile Delivery Center dell'area Innovation Marketing e Technology Lab di Exprivia, e nella sala di controllo insieme a Vincenzo c'è Gennaro Paduanelli, che è progettista software di Exprivia. Allora, parlo con Pietro. Buongiorno Pietro, ti chiedo di darci una descrizione generale di quello che vedremo oggi.
Sì, buongiorno a tutti. Allora, oggi vedremo una missione in cui il drone sorvolerà alcune strade qui all'interno della Fiera del Levante e dalla console, quindi potremo monitorare la console che abbiamo realizzato, potremo monitorare in tempo reale il volo del drone, monitorarne i parametri rilevati dai sensori di bordo, quindi relativi essenzialmente alla velocità, alla latitudine, all'altitudine, al pitch, al RAW, quindi tutte quelle informazioni che di fatto determinano l'assetto della macchina. Al contempo vediamo anche che la telecamera, la gimbal collegata al drone, effettuerà una serie di riprese. Queste riprese in tempo reale potremo vederle sempre sulla nostra dashboard e nel frattempo lo stesso flusso video andrà in input ad una rete neurale, un algoritmo di intelligenza artificiale che abbiamo addestrato, che cercherà di riconoscere quindi gruppi di macchine che in qualche maniera creano degli ostacoli al traffico. Diciamo che la demo è alquanto semplificativa per dimostrare effettivamente come l'utilizzo di uno strumento a guida remoto o anche a guida autonoma e un'intelligenza artificiale possa di fatti eseguire delle attività che automatizzate che di fatti segnalino delle situazioni anomale chiaramente rispetto a quel che può essere l'interesse effettivamente dell'utilizzatore finale della soluzione. In questo caso parliamo di traffico, no? Per ogni gruppo di auto che in qualche maniera crea un ostacolo al traffico, vedremo che sulla dashboard sarà posto un placeholder, un segnaposto che appunto vuole attirare l'attenzione rispetto al fenomeno catturato.
Intanto vediamo dalle immagini che Roberto, il pilota di questo volo, coordinatore delle operazioni di volo del DTA anche, ha appena armato il drone, quindi penso che avremo un decollo nei prossimi istanti. Chiedo a Vincenzo conferma di ciò.
Ciao Mario, sì, a breve partiamo, manca davvero poco.
Perfetto, quindi a questo punto attendiamo qualche secondo per vedere il drone iniziare il decollo. Si vede in lontananza, ho visto che c'era un aereo in atterraggio. Vincenzo magari mi può dare più delucidazioni su questo, forse c'era anche una compresenza con dei voli di traffico aereo dell'aeroporto?
Ciao Mario, in realtà siamo pronti a partire, ho appena sentito Roberto, spostiamoci sul decollo.
Ok, perfetto, vediamo il drone che si è acceso, adesso prenderà velocità e partirà. Quindi Pietro, decollo effettuato, possiamo ritornare a descrivere il caso d'uso. Come dicevamo, controllo urbano del territorio, quindi l'idea è che il drone è una piattaforma che in questo caso sta facendo acquisizione di un dato che poi voi prenderete e tratterete. In che modo voi fate questo trattamento di dati?
Allora, in questo momento il dato viene acquisito in tempo reale, quindi tramite il collegamento tra la Ground Control Station e la nostra dashboard. Quindi tutti i dati vengono acquisiti in tempo reale, ma al contempo vengono anche persistiti per poter fare effettivamente delle analisi a posteriore, diciamo, no? Quindi questo vale sia per i dati di telemetria che la piattaforma ci sta inviando, sia per i dati relativi al video che sta in questo momento catturando. Ora diciamo inquadrato il drone, ma dopo vediamo se si riesce a inquadrare la dashboard, quindi la control room di Esprivia, vediamo un attimo quello che sta accadendo, diciamo, sulla nostra cartografia.
Sì, chiediamo quindi collegamento nella control room dove Gennaro, sempre di Exprivia, può darci qualche dettaglio in più su quello che si vede dalla dashboard.
Certo, salve a tutti, qui potete osservare come il drone viene tracciato, viene eseguito mentre nei suoi spostamenti. Qui sulla sinistra potete vedere anche le riprese che in tempo reale arrivano dalla gimbal a bordo drone, e inoltre qui sulla destra potete vedere alcuni dati come di cui prima ne parlava il collega Pietro, che riguardano il pitch, il roll e il yaw, e quindi comunque dati fondamentali per la comprensione dell'orientamento aereo del drone.
Ok, quindi parlavamo anche con Pietro prima dell'intervista che questa dashboard, questo centro di controllo insomma, di Exprivia ha la possibilità anche di mostrare oggetti che non sono soltanto droni, ma in generale tutti oggetti della mobilità urbana.
Esatto, infatti la dashboard non è una dashboard general purpose, nel senso che è in grado di acquisire, diciamo, informazioni da qualsiasi oggetto di interesse che è dispiegato all'interno dell'area di interesse. L'area di interesse non è limitata soltanto alla Fiera del Levante, sotto abbiamo un potente motore cartografico 2D, 3D, che di fatto ci permette di mappare i terreni un po' di tutto il mondo. L'importante è che le informazioni, diciamo, chi fornisce i dati abbia una connessione 5G, sia monitorabile soprattutto, quindi esponga le cosiddette API, diciamo, per poter essere monitorato, e quindi, diciamo, è adattabile a qualsiasi sistema, diciamo, quindi sia oggetti fissi sia oggetti in movimento. In questo momento, ad esempio, vediamo tutta una serie di placeholder che il nostro sistema in tempo reale tramite il processamento delle immagini sta piazzando, e sono relative a gruppi di automobili, quindi tra di loro, diciamo, gruppetti di automobili che soddisfano una certa numerosità. Quindi a dimostrare appunto che anche l'intelligenza artificiale che, diciamo, sta elaborando il flusso video frame per frame, diciamo, sta lavorando in maniera corretta.
Ti chiedo di descrivere il caso d'uso di questa missione in particolare, cioè in questo caso abbiamo parlato di controllo di territorio urbano, ma in particolare la missione era legata al controllo di traffico eventuale, quindi di trovare ingorghi stradali.
Sì, diciamo, come dicevo prima, poi implicitamente l'ho anche raccontata, è, diciamo, un caso esemplificativo, quindi dimostrare come un sistema automatico possa di fatti essere di supporto agli operatori, in questo caso parliamo degli operatori del traffico, comunque in generale agli operatori municipali, quindi la municipalità, per rilevare in automatico fenomeni che sono di interesse specifico, no? In questo caso il caso dice, è semplificativo ed è individuare effettivamente gruppi di automobili che in qualche maniera creano un ostacolo alla circolazione. Poi magari nella pratica non è vero, visto che comunque non ci sono dei veri ingorghi, però la finalità è quella. Quindi con un sistema del genere si potrà monitorare, fare una ispezione anche del manto stradale, riconoscere delle buche, chiaramente, no? Oppure comunque, che ne so, presenza di oggetti non consentiti in zone a traffico limitato, rimanendo chiaramente nell'ambito della mobilità. Poi in realtà la soluzione è adattabile a qualsiasi scenario che si voglia monitorare, quindi monitorare qualsiasi cosa che effettivamente sia in grado di mandare dati.
Quindi una serie di casi d'uso legati alla città. A questo punto vediamo quale può essere la visione del futuro, perché ovviamente questa è una versione sperimentale, dimostrativa che noi stiamo vedendo oggi, ma in futuro probabilmente una dashboard, un centro di controllo di questo tipo potrebbe essere a disposizione ad esempio delle forze dell'ordine o del comune in generale.
Ma può essere a disposizione in generale anche del cittadino. Allora, se inquadriamo nuovamente la dashboard di Esprivia, quindi la control room, magari chiedo al collega di Gennaro di fare uno zoom sul monitoraggio delle linee dell'AMTAB.
Sì, Gennaro, se magari ci puoi dare qualche dettaglio in più sulle linee dell'AMTAB che vediamo sulla dashboard di Esprivia?
Certo, allora la piattaforma la dashboard è collegata ai sistemi dell'AMTAB, da cui riceve in tempo reale a intervalli di 15 secondi aggiornamenti su quelli che sono gli autobus in circolazione attualmente sul territorio di Bari. In particolare qui stiamo osservando la linea 2242 che percorre un po' tutta Bari e costeggia quella che è l'area della Fiera del Levante. È possibile osservare anche quelli che sono i capolinea associati alle linee.
Forse ci sono alcuni problemi con la regia. Intanto do una comunicazione di servizio. Mi hanno comunicato come ieri mi hanno chiesto di spostare le auto che sono lungo la strada di Lungomare Starita, in quanto successivamente ci sarà un blocco del traffico per appunto le operazioni di volo e anche il drone light show del pomeriggio. Ritornando quindi al discorso delle linee dell'AMTAB, parliamo anche di mobilità cittadina, non solo mobilità privata, quindi un singolo veicolo, un singolo drone, ma anche autobus ad esempio.
Sì, come dicevo prima, il sistema può monitorare tutto, ovviamente nell'ottica della smart mobility, quindi il tema è proprio la smart mobility urbana, quindi parliamo di servizi congiunti di terra e di aria, quindi aver inserito all'interno di questa missione anche la possibilità di monitorare degli autobus è sempre, come dire, può dare un messaggio della serie che magari non tanto per il trasporto delle persone, ma almeno per il trasporto delle merci si va sempre più verso, lo dimostra anche l'infrastruttura che è stata attrezzata qui, il vertiporto, si va sempre verso una mobilità, come dire, intermodale, no? Per cui grazie a questi vertiporto, che chiaramente avranno anche un impatto sull'architettura della città stessa, sarà possibile creare delle stazioni di scambio dove di fatti oggetti che arrivano con mezzi di terra potranno essere presi in consegna dai droni e trasferiti a destinazione, quindi portando un beneficio al cittadino. Quindi è tutto questo nell'ottica chiaramente della cosiddetta mobility as a service, mobility on demand e via discorrendo. Queste sono le tematiche calde con cui la Smart City si sta confrontando in questo periodo.
Argomento molto interessante e molto attuale. Grazie Pietro per la tua descrizione, grazie anche Gennaro che è in control room. Quindi la prima missione è conclusa, vediamo che sul pad del vertiporto, del vertipad, c'è già il secondo drone, quindi grazie ancora Pietro.
Grazie a tutti.
Chiedo a Fabio De Matteis per la seconda missione di venire qui. Fabio De Matteis, CEO di Dronebase, che presenterà la seconda missione.
Devo fare qualche foto.
Mentre aspettiamo Fabio, possiamo iniziare a descrivere la seconda missione. La seconda missione riguarda un concetto, un caso d'uso di delivery, quindi delivery di beni a casa, quindi una dimostrazione delle abilità di precision landing. Il caso d'uso appunto riguarda un drone che partendo dal Vertipad, vedo Fabio che si affretta a raggiungerci, partendo da un Vertipad atterrerà su un terrazzo dimostrando appunto la possibilità di riuscire a effettuare delle operazioni in spazi molto ristretti e quindi degli atterraggi in spazi molto ristretti. Dalla regia mi danno il segnale che siamo pronti per il decollo, anche Fabio è pronto per arrivare in pochi secondi da noi.
Scusate.
No, sempre. Ciao Fabio, buon pomeriggio,
Ciao,
bentrovati
ciao
di nuovo.
Mario.
Allora, dacci una descrizione breve di quello che vedremo.
Sì, quello che andiamo a fare adesso è una simulazione di un'operazione di delivery completamente automatizzata, un sistema molto simile a quello che possiamo avere con classici Just Eat o Uber, quindi sostanzialmente viene chiamato una consegna, il drone va nel punto di pick up, in questo caso diciamo trasportiamo dei medicinali, e per poi andare a fare la consegna. Il tutto gestito da un sistema automatizzato che è costituito da un sito web dove si fa l'ordine, quindi c'è l'interfaccia web dove l'utente fa l'ordine, il drone riceve la chiamata, in questo caso sta andando a fare, adesso negli spazi che abbiamo qua a disposizione, una simulazione, quindi va a fare la presa della merce tramite un box che abbiamo diciamo costruito e ingegnerizzato noi. All'interno del box viene posizionato il bene per poi andare in consegna. Abbiamo in questo momento ricevuto il messaggio che ci arriva in automatico come SMS, drone zip, il tuo pacco ha appena preso il volo, diciamo, il messaggio chiaramente può essere personalizzato, riceveremo poi un ulteriore messaggio. Riceveremo poi un ulteriore messaggio quando il pacco sarà consegnato.
Quindi un caso d'uso molto interessante e anche molto più immediato per gli sviluppi anche e il business case. È ovvio che questo ha delle limitazioni in quanto ancora l'utilizzo di questi droni in ambiente urbano è molto difficile, quindi ti chiederei, anche se ne abbiamo parlato ieri, ma penso sia un argomento molto importante, quali sono le limitazioni principali di un servizio di questo tipo di delivery tramite droni e dall'altro lato anche quali sono i benefici rispetto ad esempio al delivery classico via terra.
Certo, allora partiamo dal presupposto che innanzitutto partiremo con questi servizi di delivery, sono studiati in questa fase per dei beni di primaria necessità, quindi non andremo a consegnare pizza o sushi, quindi siamo indirizzati su necessità farmacologiche, ospedaliere, trasporto di plasma, trasporto di medicinali urgenti. Quindi la sperimentazione che vogliamo far partire è a livello ospedaliero, quindi da un ospedale all'altro, da una farmacia all'altra, per questa tipologia di scopo, chiamiamolo un pochettino più nobile, a livello di sperimentazione, perché comunque non è semplice intraprendere questa strada e quindi arrivare a volare negli spazi aerei, soprattutto quelli cittadini, dove sono necessari vari permessi e chiaramente U-Space, quando ci potrà supportare, ci darà un grande aiuto per governare il traffico aereo, perché non possiamo pensare di essere solo noi in volo, noi dobbiamo sapere dove sono tutti gli altri velivoli, gli altri droni che magari stanno facendo una cosa simile tramite un'altra azienda.
Mentre per quanto riguarda i benefici e i vantaggi futuri che potrebbero esserci nell'utilizzo di queste tecnologie aeree rispetto al delivery classico di terra, insomma.
Allora, sicuramente abbiamo i tempi I tempi sono molto più brevi, non siamo suscettibili al traffico, non abbiamo questo genere di problema. Possiamo raggiungere zone remote, quindi le zone remote chiaramente saranno i primi punti che cercheremo di servire in pochi minuti. Un drone, diciamo, attrezzato in maniera adeguata può raggiungere la velocità di 80 km all'ora con un raggio d'azione standard che, diciamo, si attesta intorno ai 10 km, che chiaramente può essere amplificato laddove la normativa ce lo permetterà in un futuro.
Ecco, qui volevo infatti chiederti, questa è la prima fase della missione, a quanto pare il carico è stato caricato sul drone?
Certo, c'è stato l'inserimento del box e nel momento in cui il box viene inserito il drone carica la missione, quindi la missione di delivery all'utente finale, il cosiddetto ultimo miglio, quello che avviene con i normali corrieri, quindi si arriva dal lab, si arriva all'indirizzo della persona che deve ricevere il bene, quindi una sorta di Amazon Prime Air che cerchiamo di simulare qua in Italia. Oltretutto stiamo anche studiando un sistema di un vertiporto che permetterà la gestione completamente autonoma di circa 150 mezzi all'ora. Il tutto con una sostenibilità che deve poter competere con i metodi tradizionali, quindi dobbiamo mantenere dei costi di delivery che vanno nell'ordine di circa 4-5 euro per l'ultimo.
Parlavi appunto di delivery, last mile delivery, di delivery di ultimo miglio. Abbiamo visto anche in mostra statica che Dronebase ha presentato un altro tipo di velivolo che è un convertiplano, mi darai più dettagli su questo, e sicuramente è un velivolo di medio raggio, quindi a questo punto si può pensare a due tipologie di spedizione, cioè una più bulk con dei carichi paganti più grandi e poi l'ultimo miglio che viene preso nell'ultima parte di missione da un drone un po' più piccolo.
Sì, la prospettiva è quella di utilizzare piccoli droni multirotori per l'ultimo miglio per consegne di pacchi che hanno un peso massimo di circa 8 kg, il tutto per rimanere in un peso massimo al decollo di circa 25 kg, quindi dentro i 25 kg e con un raggio d'azione garantito di 20 km. Mentre il VTOL, quindi l'aereo che avevamo in esposizione prima, che in quel caso è anche un oggetto con motore ibrido, quindi abbiamo decollo, atterraggio verticale elettrico e volo traslato, quindi quando voliamo in ala fissa tramite un motore a scoppio. In questo caso abbiamo una capacità di carico che può arrivare a circa 25 kg con un raggio d'azione, considerando la velocità media che si attesta intorno ai 110 km/h, un raggio d'azione che può essere anche di circa 300 km. Quindi possiamo collegare gli hub in quel caso o fare collegamenti ospedalieri, pensiamo anche a necessità ad esempio di trasporto organi urgenti. Quindi abbiamo anche un sistema di monitoraggio del ciclo del freddo che è importante, dall'uscita dall'ospedale all'arrivo nel punto di delivery.
In questo caso vediamo anche che la missione sta passando alla seconda fase, ci si avvicina all'atterraggio sul terrazzo. Notiamo anche che
arriverà il messaggio. In questo caso appena verrà sganciato di nuovo il box, l'operatore, in questo caso io che in teoria dovrei ricevere l'oggetto, riceverò un ulteriore messaggio che arriverà anche in centrale in cui l'operazione è stata ultimata e il bene è stato consegnato.
Vediamo che il drone si sta avvicinando, notiamo anche che essendoci un bel po' di vento le condizioni meteorologiche non sono perfettamente favorevoli oggi, magari puoi darci un'idea di quanto può essere difficile riuscire per un drone di una stazza così piccola a combattere raffiche di vento o in generale un vento abbastanza forte?
Allora, tutto il sistema ricordiamoci che è gestito anche tramite stazioni meteorologiche che ci possono inibire il volo in caso di condizioni meteo avverse, quindi noi possiamo volare con un vento fino a 45 km/h e con una pioggia sostenuta, se non erro parliamo di circa 10 mm d'acqua al minuto. In questo caso questi droni sono tutti impermeabili, sono certificati IP come anche quelli più grandi, quindi ci permettono comunque di volare con la pioggia, comunque di volare con il vento, chiaramente dentro dei limiti come qualsiasi aerovelivolo.
Certo, quindi la missione penso si sia conclusa con successo.
La missione si è conclusa, infatti chiedo scusa, c'è una chiamata sotto, quindi la devo chiudere. Ecco, in questo caso qui abbiamo la notifica.
Puoi descrivere la notifica? Forse non...
Allora, la notifica, chiedo scusa, nel frattempo c'era una chiamata sotto purtroppo, il pacco è arrivato ed è stato consegnato. Chiaramente sono tutti messaggi personalizzabili dove si possono mettere i nomi degli operatori coinvolti, l'oggetto consegnato, l'articolo consegnato, eccetera, eccetera. Quindi è tutto customizzabile tramite il server che gestisce tutto il sistema.
Quindi possiamo ipotizzare anche in futuro, ovviamente i casi d'uso più importanti riguardano beni di prima necessità, medicinali, primo soccorso, ma anche in futuro magari un'integrazione con le app di delivery, quindi una persona potrà decidere direttamente di ordinare qualcosa e l'app avrà un'integrazione totale con il servizio del drone.
Appunto è proprio questo che stiamo cercando in questa direzione stiamo cercando di stradare una comunicazione con i maggiori player che ci sono sul mercato nazionale e internazionale per promuovere questo servizio e quindi farglielo toccare fisicamente con mano e farglielo testare in aree segregate, per poi arrivare in un futuro che non vedo neanche troppo remoto a vedere questi droni che voleranno nei nostri cieli, avere delle consegne puntuali. Non dico per come è fatto il nostro paese al piano o in mezzo alla stradina, ad esempio a Bari Vecchia, lì sarebbe difficile, però quantomeno avere degli hub, come succede anche con Amazon, dove il drone va, deposita e il cliente riceve la notifica, si sposta, fa 2 passi da casa e va lo ritira.
Sì, mi hai dato proprio il là per farti la domanda successiva. Come vediamo la missione ha una terza fase. La prima fase è stata quella del ritiro del pacco, la seconda quella della consegna del pacco e adesso sta ritornando alla base. Quindi rispetto a ciò anche la pianificazione urbana, la progettazione e la dislocazione di questi futuri hub, cosa state ipotizzando insomma, a Drone-Base in merito a ciò?
Allora, chiaramente il posizionamento degli hub deve essere gestito in maniera strategica su un territorio in modo che vada a coprire in maniera capillare la maggior parte di aree. Queste aree chiaramente devono essere consentite al volo, bisogna raggiungere degli accordi o avere dei corridoi, delle strade virtuali dove noi possiamo volare verticalmente, orizzontalmente per raggiungere, quindi non possiamo andare diretti da un punto A a un punto B, probabilmente dovremo imboccare delle strade che ci porteranno dal punto A a un punto B, ma sicuramente in maniera molto più semplice di quello che può avvenire in una città congestionata con un'auto, con un motorino.
Quindi futuri corridoi di volo che permetteranno appunto, saranno tipo delle corsie preferenziali preimpostate per i droni. Il tema della last mile delivery è molto delicato all'interno del nostro settore perché ovviamente un point to point al 100% è piuttosto difficile, perciò la mia domanda è anche in che modo si può pensare di fare sperimentazione per capire come riuscire a raggiungere davvero il vero point to point.
Questa è una bella domanda. Allora, la sperimentazione chiaramente richiede una sinergia molto importante con tutte le autorità. Bisogna far capire quanto comunque il futuro ci porterà a questo. Non vorrei che l'Italia fosse l'ultima ruota del carro, visto che all'estero, chiaramente magari in territori sicuramente più gestibili, non sto parlando adesso di iniziare una sperimentazione all'interno di una città metropolitana come Bari, che chiaramente diventa più difficile, ma intanto potremo pensare di collegare paesini remoti dove magari non ci sono certi servizi, dove si portano farmaci o medicinali d'urgenza, laddove magari per arrivarci in auto impiegheremmo svariati minuti o anche ore se parliamo di paesini montani. Quindi la sperimentazione partirà sicuramente in zone di comunità montane, negli Appennini, nelle Alpi, laddove abbiamo meno problematiche di volo sopra aree congestionate sicuramente.
Molto interessante, molto anche attuale come argomento. Ringrazio Fabio, vediamo che la missione è conclusa. Grazie Fabio e grazie a Drone-Base.
Grazie a tutti.
Quindi attendiamo adesso il setup della terza missione che verrà fatta da Top View e da Nimbus.
non la dà il vento.
Chiedo ad Alberto Mennella di avvicinarsi alla postazione di commento. Allora, possiamo ricominciare con la diretta e il commento. Questa è la terza missione, Mission Control with Radio Bridge. Con me ci sono Alberto Mennella, Innovation Manager di TopView, e Filippo Biondi, Business Development di Nimbus. Grazie mille ad entrambi per essere qui. Quindi iniziamo con Alberto, chiedo una descrizione generale della missione e quello che sta facendo TopView oggi.
Sì, dunque allora questa missione è pensata, diciamo verrà effettuata, scusate c'è un ritorno, ok, verrà effettuata da due droni, un drone Tethered e un drone Limbero, in questo caso il drone di Nimbus. Il nostro drone, che è quello Tethered, effettuerà una missione per la quale renderà disponibile la connettività al drone Nimbus, che in questa missione diciamo, è una posizione in cui non è in grado di ricevere il segnale necessario per il comando e controllo. Nel caso specifico il drone Tethered è alimentato da una stazione di terra che è in grado non solo di limitare l'inviluppo di volo del drone, perché il drone è fisicamente ancorato a terra, ma è in grado anche di fornire alimentazione al drone stesso. Quindi questo vuol dire che il drone è in grado di effettuare diciamo delle operazioni di sorveglianza o, come in questo caso, delle operazioni che estendono la connettività Wi-Fi in questo caso, anche per diverse ore. Quindi il drone può rimanere in overing sul posto fino diciamo, a 7-8 ore, giusto per intenderci, giusto per dare qualche numero, e coprire l'area designata per, diciamo, per le operazioni. In questo caso specifico il payload che è imbarcato sul drone Tethered è un payload di data relay, quindi implementa un vero e proprio ponte radio, per cui da una stazione di terra, una stazione radio di terra, diciamo, il payload stesso il drone è in grado di effettuare una comunicazione punto punto. Ecco, qui nelle immagini vediamo il payload specifico. Questo payload ha due antenne direttive, per cui due punti che non hanno visibilità, non hanno la linea di vista, tramite questo drone che vola in maniera persistente su un punto e tramite questo payload che mette in comunicazione due punti specifici non in visibilità, riusciamo ad implementare diciamo un ponte radio momentaneo e fornire connettività Wi-Fi in questo caso a punti che magari non, diciamo, dove non c'è l'accesso telefonico, giusto per dare un esempio.
Chiedo quindi a Filippo, mentre quindi abbiamo il drone di TopView in volo in overing con una configurazione Tethered, che tipologia di missione e che caso d'uso dimostrerà Nimbus?
Allora, il caso d'uso di Nimbus, che in questo caso utilizza un quadrirotore, un PPL 418, come già anticipato, configura una situazione che si può applicare tanto a uno scenario cittadino quanto a uno scenario rurale, per esempio in situazioni anche di tipo emergenziale, che possono essere anche alluvioni, terremoti, eccetera, eccetera, nelle quali viene meno la possibilità per il nostro drone di comunicare attraverso i canali basici, quelli che vengono utilizzati normalmente, quindi canali radio, oppure anche canali LTE che stiamo e abbiamo già implementato all'interno del nostro drone, quindi 4G ma anche 5G. Al di fuori di queste situazioni, in casi emergenziali che si possono verificare, quello che noi andiamo a creare è per l'appunto un vero e proprio ponte radio. Quindi il drone in questo caso è equipaggiato con un payload avente una camera sensibile. Noi utilizziamo sia camere sensibili, termiche, sul visibile, però chiaramente lo scenario si può ampliare a tutte le tipologie di payload trasportabile. I nostri droni hanno diverse configurazioni che possono andare dai 10 kg, 25 kg, stiamo anche implementando un VTOL con dei carichi paganti molto più elevati e in quei casi, a seconda poi della situazione emergenziale, il carico pagante può variare a seconda della necessità finale, quindi trasporto per esempio appunto anche di organi, sangue, materiale di prima necessità, eccetera, eccetera.
Ecco, vediamo che ancora la missione non è partita, chiediamo collegamento alla sala di controllo, alla control room per capire per avere gli ultimi aggiornamenti sulla missione.
Ciao Mario, ciao a tutti, sono qui con Roberto, con me, stiamo controllando il vento e a breve partiamo.
Ok, quindi quali sono le condizioni meteorologiche?
Abbiamo raffiche sui 22 nodi e al centro medio di quota, invece a terra attorno ai 9 nodi. Scusa, forse c'è il rumore per le comunicazioni, ma a breve siamo operativi.
Va bene, grazie per il collegamento. Quindi Alberto, possiamo magari parlare di... ecco, vediamo il drone che si sta levando in volo, ci puoi dare qualche indicazione un po' più tecnica, qualche parametro della tipologia di volo, perché ovviamente sarà un hovering, ma magari altitudine, quota, quanto può stare in aria un drone in questo modo?
Sì, ecco il drone è appena decollato, il cavo che menzionavamo prima è quindi questo cavo che è abbastanza resistente perché è un cavo che ha 3 anime di rame all'interno ed è rinforzato in Kevlar ed ha un peso di circa 14 grammi per metro. Quindi questo consente di avere all'incirca 700 grammi a 50 metri di altezza, che più o meno sono le altezze standard, cioè già 50 metri sono sufficienti per implementare in molti casi una buona connettività. C'è da dire che la parte complessa di questo sistema consiste nell'innalzamento della tensione a terra, dalla stazione di terra, e poi c'è tutta la parte di down conversion a bordo, per cui c'è un DC-DC converter che converte la tensione che viene alzata dalla stazione a bordo del drone e fornisce l'alimentazione che serve al drone per operare normalmente, quindi gli fornisce 24-48 volt tipici a seconda del drone, 48 volt se non vado errato su questo modello specifico.
Una domanda di tipo prettamente tra virgolette aeronautica è ovviamente avere un filo così lungo anche in condizioni magari molto ventose può essere un problema dal punto di vista aerodinamico. Quali sono le sfide principali magari che per un drone, perché è molto difficile questa configurazione?
Sì, in effetti hai detto bene, perché il cavo comunque fa una sorta di effetto vela, quindi il vento che tipicamente consideriamo su una macchina in volo libero comunque ha il suo impatto anche sul cavo, che va assolutamente calcolato. Qualche tempo fa facemmo una sperimentazione su una nave polacca dell'Università Marittima di Stettin, e in condizioni abbastanza sfidanti, perché per tipi di applicazioni come questo c'è ovviamente da considerare non solo il vento, ma anche il vento apparente della nave e tutte le problematiche di inseguimento del drone rispetto al movimento della nave. Ok, questo è un altro tipo di applicazione, però ritornando all'applicazione che stiamo facendo vedere qui sul ponte radio, dobbiamo comunque sì, considerare che il vento ha un effetto, quindi tipicamente rispetto ai limiti imposti dai costruttori sul manuale delle operazioni, sul manuale di volo della macchina, c'è comunque da considerare questo effetto, quindi sempre bene non rimanere proprio nei limiti, ma stare un poco più al di sotto, questo sia importante. E poi un altro elemento che volevo ribadire anche prima è il fatto che se per qualsiasi motivo l'alimentazione del drone viene a mancare, c'è a bordo ovviamente una batteria di riserva che consente al drone di avere il minimo di energia che gli serve per atterrare ed effettuare un atterraggio in sicurezza. Comunque c'è un'autonomia di almeno un paio di minuti per atterrare ed effettuare, insomma, la manovra di emergenza in sicurezza.
Ritorniamo con Filippo per discutere un po' di più del caso d'uso, perché appunto qua il tema è la remotizzazione del comando e controllo del drone, perciò ti chiedo la configurazione del pilota, degli altri piloti ausiliari eventuali, qual è, e anche i possibili casi d'uso futuri di questo tipo di tecnologia.
Certo, allora diciamo che in questo caso quello che noi stiamo andando a simulare, a ricreare, è la possibilità di utilizzare il drone e di comandarlo attraverso una control room remota. In questo caso fondamentalmente appunto passiamo tramite la connettività wifi che viene ricreata artificialmente, chiaramente potremo farlo anche tramite gli altri canali di comunicazione, quindi tramite radio e tramite LTE. Il drone in questo caso si può manovrare e assolutamente si manovra in una configurazione automatica, quindi fondamentalmente la missione viene programmata in precedenza, vengono assegnati una serie di waypoint che fondamentalmente consistono il primo nel punto, il vertiporto dal quale il drone decolla, e poi tutti i waypoint che è la rotta sostanzialmente che deve seguire il drone per effettuare la sua operazione, quindi con anche un vertiporto finale oppure di metà operazione nel quale andrà a sganciare il carico pagante, e poi chiaramente l'operazione che verrà fatta in back, quindi il return. Le applicazioni, come dicevo prima, possono essere numerose e sicuramente noi stiamo insistendo molto attraverso il quadrirotore, l'esalotore, ma anche attraverso il VTOL, che è il nostro modello più sperimentale. Si tratta appunto di un'ala fissa, un'apertura alare molto importante, arriviamo quasi appunto a 3 metri di apertura alare, e in quel caso stiamo procedendo inizialmente con delle simulazioni di trasporto di materiale sempre sanitario, fitosanitario. Stiamo anche trasportando materiale che ai sensi della normativa può essere considerato come pericoloso, e per fare questo ci stiamo organizzando per essere ovviamente in linea con tutte le certificazioni normative che sono richieste, creando una struttura che possa essere la più solida possibile e più che solida che sia in grado di resistere a un eventuale impatto. Stiamo facendo tutte le prove per poter verificare le situazioni più emergenziali possibili, e sicuramente questo avrà un impatto secondo noi determinante. Mi allaccio un po' anche alle domande che facevi prima, quali potranno essere i benefici. Sicuramente il trasporto di sangue oppure di organi attraverso un drone che chiaramente riesce a percorrere una distanza punto punto in linea d'aria senza dover preoccuparsi quindi di traffico eccetera eccetera, può essere sicuramente un passo avanti enorme per quello che è appunto la situazione di casi emergenziali.
Sì, torniamo in control room per avere qualche dettaglio ulteriore sulle condizioni meteo. Qua da questa postazione abbiamo delle forti raffiche di vento, e magari Vincenzo ci può far vedere anche la posizione del drone sull'app di Flight.
Ciao ragazzi, il meteo non migliora ma per ora è sostenibile. Su D-Flight vediamo i due droni, Top View qui in posizione a circa 30 metri e Nimbus a circa 50 metri. Mi confermate? Ma dovrebbe essere esatta, ho appena sentito gli operatori.
Sì, a questo punto mi collego a questo per fare una domanda ad Alberto legata al pollicino, perché voi state sviluppando una UTM box appunto per il controllo dei droni, anche che si interfaccia con D-Flight.
Sì, attualmente abbiamo il nostro Pollicino che già si interfaccia già da un po' a D-Flight ed è un dispositivo molto semplice e che consente di visualizzare in tempo reale la traccia del drone su un UTM provider, su un UTM technology provider. Attualmente il protocollo che viene utilizzato sul Pollicino è un protocollo basato sul Network Remote Identification, quindi significa che il collegamento viene effettuato tramite rete telefonica. Noi abbiamo scelto una tecnologia 4G Lite, quindi non utilizziamo l'LTE classico, ma utilizziamo il Narrowband IoT, che è una tecnologia che ci consente di risparmiare energia a bordo, diciamolo in maniera semplice, e questo consente di avere un dispositivo che pesa poco, nel nostro caso l'attuale versione del Pollicino pesa 40 grammi ed è quindi installabile facilmente su qualsiasi drone e garantisce fino a 7 ore di trasmissione in continuo, e questo è un requisito per noi importante, essendo anche noi operatori e sviluppatori di tecnologie. Sappiamo bene che sul campo è importante avere oggetti semplici, che siano semplici da utilizzare. Immaginate un altro oggetto da aggiungere alla checklist, 1000 controlli, 1000 cose. Noi abbiamo ipotizzato una cosa abbastanza facile da utilizzare, e poi piano piano, man mano anche che tutta la regolamentazione comincia ad evolvere, tutti gli standard nuovi che stanno uscendo, cominceremo ad aggiungere poco alla volta delle funzionalità, quindi fra cui ad esempio la funzionalità di ecospiquity, quindi la possibilità di avere anche cioè di condividere la posizione in maniera diretta anche con altri droni, ma anche con aeroplani di ultraleggeri, quindi che sappiamo bene che dall'anno prossimo dovranno essere comunque gestiti.
Sì, ti chiedo per i non insider, diciamo, del settore, l'importanza di una UTM Box anche in previsione dei futuri servizi di U-Space e quindi del suo utilizzo per la futura Urban Air Mobility, insomma l'integrazione di questi droni sia con i voli manned pilotati ma anche all'interno dello spazio aereo cittadino.
Beh, sicuramente è, come dire, una tecnologia abilitante, quindi questa tecnologia consentirà di sicuro di integrare non solo droni, ma anche in futuro magari droni manned. È chiaro che usciranno probabilmente standard che afferiscono in qualche modo a quello che è la categoria certified e non la categoria open o specific come nel nostro caso. Però sì, è molto importante tenere presente di tutta una serie di problematiche che vengono fuori dall'integrazione di voli manned, voli unmanned. Ad esempio prima nel panel precedente citavamo il progetto Icarus sul quale abbiamo partecipato in un consorzio italiano pressoché, nel quale abbiamo suggerito delle metodologie per avere una base comune delle altitudini e delle altezze, perché sappiamo che il mondo manned parla con un'altimetria barometrica fondamentalmente, mentre i droni nascono un po' con il GNSS, e quindi integrare questi due mondi diciamo, è molto importante per mettersi d'accordo sulla quota o sull'altitudine. Quindi questo per aumentare anche la capacità dello spazio aereo è sicuramente un'altra tecnologia importante che poco alla volta integreremo nella nuova versione del Pollicino, sfruttando i risultati del progetto di ricerca.
Quindi anche dall'assenza di rumore, di rotori, ecco, ci rendiamo conto che la missione si è conclusa. Chiedo dalla control room conferma di ciò.
Stiamo aspettando conferma da Nimbus, vediamo top view invece a terra.
Quindi il drone Tethered è atterrato, Nimbus sta per atterrare. A questo punto chiedo anche a Filippo, ovviamente ne abbiamo già parlato delle vostre future strategie, ma magari spiegarci qual è la visione che vede Nimbus per i prossimi anni dal punto di vista dell'azienda.
Certo, allora la visione è sicuramente molto variegata, nel senso che noi ci stiamo per l'appunto stiamo cercando di ampliare quanto più possibile gli scenari nei quali intervenire. Per fare questo è dalla nostra sicuramente il fatto che i nostri droni sono fondamentalmente quasi tutti homemade. Il software viene fatto dal nostro team di ingegneri, gran parte della componentistica viene stampata in 3D attraverso le stampanti che noi abbiamo per l'appunto all'interno della nostra azienda, e questo ci consente di venire incontro a tutte le esigenze possibili dei vari clienti. Ci muoviamo quindi all'interno degli scenari delle ispezioni dei tralicci dell'alta tensione, effettuiamo ispezioni per quanto riguarda i pannelli fotovoltaici, effettuiamo fotogrammetrie, effettuiamo trasporti, effettuiamo attività anche in BVLOS all'interno degli aeroporti. Stiamo facendo una collaborazione all'interno dell'aeroporto di Torino Caselle con TecnoSky per attività che coinvolgono l'ILS e il VOR. Stiamo implementando appunto il trasporto di oggetti sempre più pesanti, quindi diciamo che stiamo cercando di intercettare questa grande onda che è un po' quella che si sta aprendo negli ultimi anni per quello che riguarda lo scenario dei droni, con sempre più spinte anche da parte dell'Unione Europea stessa, che sta cercando di uniformare la normativa, spingere per la loro applicazione, la creazione di un Urban Air Mobility, per far diventare veramente il drone il mezzo del futuro sostanzialmente.
Ottimo, quindi anche la terza missione si è conclusa, le missioni di live per oggi sono terminate, successivamente ci sarà una sessione di discussione di missioni registrate, perciò vi aspettiamo dentro nella sala conferenze e vi chiedo di raggiungerci dentro. Grazie.
Roberto, ci possiamo spostare, giusto? Grazie, ciao ciao ciao.
Lo portate lì al posto? No, ma aspetta.
Va a attaccare. Tu vedi come quello del Ciavale, c'ha 2010 ragazzi, i problemi dei droni, cercando il tempo. Raga, la situazione è bruttissima, io sto
voglio cucinare, posso avere le copertine per le camere? Da piglia copertine, posso avere le copertine da piglia. Questo qua è. Perché non l'hai ricevuto? Non c'è la copertina. Per questa la devo solo che non c'è una copertina per quello. No, per l'ottica lunga ne devo una sola.
pomeriggio, quindi riprendiamo la sessione di demo di Urban Air Mobility, questa volta registrate. Chiedo al pubblico se vuole mettersi nelle prime file, così stiamo tutti un po' più vicini magari. Ok, grazie. Attendiamo 30 secondi altri perché le persone si avvicinino. Chiedo anche alle persone che sono fuori, all'esterno, di rientrare per la seconda sessione di demo. Intanto iniziamo. Ok, quindi ricominciamo con la sessione pomeridiana del demo di Drones Beyond 2022, la giornata 2. Adesso vedremo una serie di dimostrazioni registrate all'interno del nostro centro congressi. Iniziamo con UMS Keldar. I will switch to English as a request from the operator. So, thank you Saverio for being here. Saverio Oldani from UMS Keldar. So, I think we can start to describe what your company does.
Yes, does it work?
C'è un problema col microfono? Forse non è acceso?
Funziona?
Funziona a quanto pare.
Prova?
Non funziona
Prova.
in sala il microfono.
È acceso, Prova.
No, comunque mi dicono dalla regia possiamo continuare.
Possiamo continuare? Oh,
Ok, perfetto.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Saverio Oldani. I'm from UMS Keldar. I don't want to make you too much bored with the company presentation, these kind of things. I will be super brief and then go directly with the real operations video. Today I will show you two typical applications of our UAVs. But first, who we are. We are a joint venture based in Switzerland and in Sweden. We deal with VTOL, so vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. So we are basically standard helicopter. That's our product. As you can see, the central core of the product is the customer infrastructure. You see the UA, so the helicopter, what normally gets all our attention is a circle on the top right. Has exactly the same size as the other circles. This means that our product is not only the helicopter, but it's the entire system. So there is the way, the helicopter, payload, C2 data link, and the RPS. Everything integrated within the customer infrastructure. So it's super open to be customized in according to any requirements. The helicopter. This is the V150 to the left-hand side. You have seen this morning as well on the presentation from Antonio. V150 because it's 150 kilograms maximum takeoff weight. While on the right-hand side, you see the V200. This is the 245 kilograms takeoff weight. And those are our helicopters in our portfolio. RPS, you can see it can be either a desert deployed RPS or a couple of chairs with computers, Or you can even have integrating in a ship, and this will be exactly one of the two live demos of today. And you can even have something a bit more sophisticated within a truck, a van. Payload. So what makes actually the UAS interesting is the payload. Actually we can integrate every kind of payload. This is just an example, but is a typical application. So we normally always have one electro-optical camera. Electro-optical and infrared camera, and this is combined normally with synthetic aperture radar or any COMINT payload. COMINT is the communication intelligence, so basically it's for again search and rescue, for spotting signals from the ground. Typically, we will see one of the in the next slide is for mobile phones, basically. This is just an example of a combination of payloads. In this case, a sophisticated electro-optical sensor combined with the PICO-SAR from Leonardo, is a synthetic aperture radar. Or, on this case, on the V150, still electro-optical sensor, but this time combined with the electronic intelligence sensor, specifically for search and rescue and signal from missing people phones from the ground. So that's it for this presentation. If we can go with the video, please.
Yes. So here we saw the platforms that enable all the services that we are going to see now. So this is the first video that is going to be shown, and this is a Finnish Coast Guard mission that was implemented by you. Could you describe that?
Yes, with pleasure. Here was, as you correctly said, real operations for the Finnish Coast Guard. We were around 10 nautical miles from the coast of Helsinki, so we were full in the sea. It was quite a windy day, around 20-25 knots. The mission was for interception of traffickants, basically, or illegal boats. The combination of payload was for this operation an MX8, so electro-optical. This is a very nice infrared picture, combined with a PICO-SAR, so a synthetic aperture radar. In this case, we were operating. You can see here the boat. We set up the RPS, so we integrated the RPS within the boat of the customer. So in this case, the requirement was to have in the command deck of the boat the RPS integrated, and the operation also were night operations, as you can see.
So the operation was starting, the takeoff and the landing was on a moving boat. As we saw today before with the precision landing mission, and yesterday with the demonstration of the intermodal transport, so demonstrating that that mission could be carried out also on a boat. What were the most difficult parts of taking off and landing on a moving object like that?
Yes, one of the most challenging aspects is the precision, takeoff and landing, because as you see, the landing deck, consider the helicopter is nearly 4 meters long, so it's not a very big landing area compared to the size of the helicopter. So it's really important that the UA lands exactly in the point that you were to land. We have a full system to ensure this capability and well-trained procedure, also from our side and on the customer, for the customers as well. So we provide as well a full package of training for every kind of operation the customer wants. Is a really interesting procedure. Is a procedure where the helicopter is tethered. I use the word tether, but it doesn't mean there is any physical connection. The helicopter is tethered, meaning that the referring point for the helicopter is not any longer a fixed point in the space, but it's a moving point according to where the boat is. This ensures the helicopter is always maintaining a relative distance from the boat as safety requires. And the last phase is where the helicopter goes over the landing point and safely lands. Again, all this procedure, I want to stress that everything here is completely automatic. So there is no pilot with RC in the loop. It's everything controlled by the remote pilot station with takeoff and landing buttons.
So I think it was very interesting. I think we can go with the second use case. Chiedo alla regia di andare col secondo video. In this case, we can see a mission performed inside our test bed, Grottaglie Airport test bed. So I ask you to describe the mission, the use case that we are seeing, and also the how you carried out your operations different times, several times inside the test bed. How you use the facility, the infrastructure.
Yeah, we started describing the operation that you see here. In this case, we have the V150, so the lighter and fast deployable helicopter of our portfolio. In this case, the mission was chasing and following of a suspect car. The capability of the camera to track the moving object was actually the key feature of these operations. Here you can see we are taking off and landing exactly from the runway in Grottaglie. We started our experience in Grottaglie in 2021 with the Icaro project, and we were there as well this year. We were there in between June and July. It was a really nice 2 months of flight test in the
And which kind of
facility.
activity did you perform during that?
We did many kind of activity. Grottaglie, as Antonio Zilli mentioned this morning, is the ideal test site for flight test activity, training, demonstrations, or even projects like was the Icaro project 1 year ago.
And you also performed a very rigorous campaign of tests this summer. Could you go through that?
Yes, the campaign this summer was taking place over the airport of Grottaglie, but don't imagine Grottaglie as just the airport. We were flying in the restricted areas between the airport of Grottaglie and the sea. So it was also a very nice exercise, at least the first kickoff of integration of an unmanned vehicle within a civilian and military actually airport. And yes, as I said, was a really valuable experience for testing, for demonstrations. As you well know, the restricted area in Grottaglie can go up to 5,000 feet from the ground, so it's actually very, very valuable. UMS Keldar is investing a lot in Grottaglie, in the presence in the airport.
So last question, what are your plans for the future? Also regarding maybe developing new kind of procedures or new kind of services related to the urban area?
It's a very good point, because after the experience this year in Grottaglie, we started some lesson learned sessions with authorities. It was ENAC, ENAV in the loop, and they showed their full support to start really making real the integration between manned traffic and unmanned traffic. So that was the follow-up. And our plans for the future are really clear for Grottaglie. We have a combined project also with you from DTA about continuing our activities in the area for the next time, and coming with for more time, longer time, and with our platforms basically.
Thank you very much, Saverio, for your
Thanks
presence
to you.
and
Thanks
for
to you
your
all.
testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chiamo quindi per la prossima dimostrazione. Puoi lasciare il microfono sulla sedia, certo. Chiedo per la prossima dimostrazione di raggiungermi a Davide Talamazzini e Federico Bus di Flying Basket.
Thank you, Mario.
Buongiorno Davide, buon pomeriggio Federico. Quindi Davide Dalamazzini, Business Development di Flying Basket, Federico Bus, Operation Engineer di Flying Basket. Chiedo alla regia di far partire il video, la clip.
Okay,
Okay.
so...
Allora, do you want to skip to English?
Yeah,
Okay.
that would be great.
So I think we can start understanding what's your business. What are you doing right now in the field of drones?
Yeah, exactly. So as you can see here, we are going to show you some of the use case that we work for. We work for different industries, telecom, as we will talk about later, but also energy, in which with our cargo drones that can lift up to 100 kilograms, what we do is supporting the operations on infrastructures. It can be power lines, it can be also wind turbines, and then also mountain shelter delivery, always about logistics. That's actually where we started with our company. And then we moved also to the logistics inside of the city. And also forestry is another sector in which we are very active right now. So as you can see here, these are the three different lines of business that we have. The first one and most important one is the one for drone as a service. So what we do is actually providing to our customers a full solution when we take care of obviously providing pilots, our cargo drones, taking the authorization. So basically we just leave the benefits to our customers. We are also a manufacturer, and our cargo drone, the FB3, has been developed by us and is produced at our offices in Bolzano. And right now we are also getting into the sales. Furthermore, we also have an academy that we developed to train the pilots. So
I ask you to maybe to switch to Federico to describe a little bit about this first use case that we are going to see. So I think this is the case of mounting of an antenna. So maybe Federico, could you help us go through that?
Yeah, sure. So mounting of an antenna, actually where the antenna, it's a 4 or 5G antenna that it's heavy, 60, 70 kilos of payload. It's possible with the FB3 drone, and it's a more, say, eco-friendly solution, and also a bit more agile than, for example, having to build a crane that it can close traffic for a day or two for the operation. So our solution is, let's say, we arrive with the truck, we deploy the drone, and in 10 minutes you get the payload on the 15th floor of a roof, for example. Next stage would be to actually mount directly an antenna on top of a mast, for example, a telecommunication mast. We are working for that.
And how was the process to experimenting to that, like to expand the capabilities of doing this kind of use case?
Well, of course, as Davide was saying, the high availability service is one of the products that we offer, meaning that with our customers, we provide end-to-end solutions to them, so simplifying for non-aviation industries to benefit from the service. This also offers us the possibility to test and to get better in the real life scenario. And so just by developing this partnership with the clients that need our support, and we can make life easier for them.
I would like to go back because we are seeing many images of your main platform, the FB3. So maybe Davide, can you describe a little bit about the capabilities of the platform, some technical specs?
Okay, so yes, sure. Just a little thing. What you're seeing is actually the first phase of our demonstration phase that we did with our client, with which we started this relationship, kind of I would say a partnership that is definitely very useful to develop this kind of use case that have never been actually executed before. So what you can see here is a first demonstration that we did. This was moving radio equipment, antenna as well, from one valley to the other. And this is actually where this journey started. And as you will see later, what we did was actually starting from, I would say, an easier context in rural areas, sparsely populated, to then move, as we will see now, to other types of scenario. So here, with another actually customer, we tried a different type of operation. Here, it was about trying to actually fix the antenna on the mast with the support of a technician. But later we will also see now how we are developing it. Going back to the capabilities of the drone. The drone itself weighs 70 kilograms, and on top of that, it can lift up to 100 kilograms. So we're talking about a maximum mass at takeoff of 170 kilograms. The drone itself is alimented with batteries, Li-ion batteries. We have 4 modular battery packs, and with those we can fly for, let's say, from 7 minutes if we are at full payload to 30 minutes. Then we have this time to just change the batteries, which is about 2-3 minutes, and then we can get operative again. This flight, very interesting. It's where actually then we started to go into the industrial environment. So not just from the rural, but changing type of scenario with different complexities. And here we moved about 1,100 kilograms in 16 flights by dividing the payload. And yeah, this was quite a constrict space where to operate. We had obviously to take mitigations of risks, but maybe for that we can also ask a little bit more Federico for some details about it.
Yes, I was actually going to ask to Federico how to deal with the big problem of having, you know, a very heavy object with a tether, very long tether attached to the drone. So how can you control and mitigate the rebounds, for example, of the drone, of the rope that has, you know, not a constant tension, so it can have different problems with different windy condition and so on.
Yes. Okay. The tether actually, it's the length. It's optimized to avoid these, let's say, oscillations in frequency. So the autopilot, when it's automatically, let's say, dampening the oscillations of the cargo, and the tether can be between 18 meters long and 50 meters long. Depending on the operation, on the scenario. So when you don't need really a long tether, for example, you just have to lift something from a parking lot to the last floor of a building, then you just need a short rope. But sometimes, for example, my colleague mentioned the forestry application, in which you have to precisely place a payload, for example, some machining for the forestry applications in spaces, small places among very tall trees, for example, 30 meters trees. Then you need a 50 meters sling so that you can position the payload in the place between the trees and then just release. Of course, first the payload touches the ground, so the tension is released, and then we have a remotely controlled hook that it's activated by the pilot, and we deliver the cargo without the need of landing.
So as we saw, the 3 businesses of Flying Basket, one is the platform development, the other one is the service development. I would like to ask to Davide the third pillar, so the academy that goes to the same direction that we are in part seeing with the Bari Urban Drone Range, so having a field, a place, a location to experiment. Also you want to have some capability to, let's say, train new pilots, new people, new figure, and develop competence. This is a very important topic, and I want to have your take on that.
Yeah, sure. So that's actually the reason why we decided to open FB Academy. We started just by helping to actually obtain the A1, A3 certificate. And then now we developed an offer that actually goes up to the STS, ITSTS 01, 02. And now we are also offering the drone logistic training. So what we do is actually providing training that is done on the FB3. This is actually because what we want to do with the FB Academy, apart from obviously enabling people to pilot drone, is also to find that talent that then we could use ourselves. Obviously, today we have an internal operational team. We are developing it, and this is a really good way for us to find new components for it. And we have different testing facilities in our area in Südtirol. So we have the possibility to test also in, I would say, different type of scenarios and missions that could be executed.
So a company that is developing very, very fast, very, very well. So I would like to thank you both, Davide and Federico, for your testimony. Thank you very much. Please
Thank you, Mario.
Give them a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So please, yes, you can leave on the chairs. So I would like to call Alon Abelsson, CEO of Highlander, to have your interview with us. I think you have the slides, so you need this. Okay. So Alon, thank you for being here.
Pleasure.
You will use some slides to support your conversation with me. I would like to ask you, first of all, to give us a perspective of what Highlander does.
Okay, so very briefly, the main target of Highlander is actually to provide full airspace management. At the beginning, when we started, we really thought that the only way to change the way that we are managing and controlling the airspace is actually to remove the human factor from the game. And by using core technology that's able to manage the airspace like real air traffic controller, we provide solutions that know how to manage this airspace for UAVs, drones in real time. Then we grow up and we provide UTM solution, unmanned traffic management solution, to help the manned and unmanned aviation to live together. I think most of the videos that you are going to see here is actually focused on this in this area. So the approach of bottom up to come with drone fleet management solution and to grow to manage full airspace for multi-companies, multi-operators, this is the main target of the company.
Okay, so you can go on with the slides, I think, and you can start describing to us your kind of technology that you are developing.
Okay, we have sound in the presentation?
I think so.
Let's see.
Okay, no. I don't know if we were prepared for that, so maybe you can go through the video and describe to us what we are seeing.
In our point of view, all of us talking about autonomous drone that flying, helping in agriculture, helping with public safety, first responders, also helping for facilities inspection, and all of them talking about autonomous drone that helping in our life, helping us to do all the mission without the human factor from the game. Also companies like Amazon, UPS, and DHL that providing solution for delivery, and companies that we saw here. But in our point of view, this is actually the future, because in 90% of the situation, this is what you're going to see. You're going to see a pilot that flying with remote controller, flying the drone, hopefully that is professional. But in our point of view, the drones are not smart enough. You need somehow to empower the platform, and this is exactly what Highlander are doing. First of all, to solve human problem, just remove the human factor from the game. The second thing is how you are managing crowded sky. It's not only one drone that's flying. We're talking about multi-drones that need to fly the same airspace. Our customers using in specific site different types of drones. We saw tethered drones and also drones that doing delivery, but at the same time doing surveillance. Islander know how to be drone agnostic, to integrate with any platform in the market. Actually, now we are covering around 95% of the market. And I think this is the big uniqueness of Islander, is a software-only solution.
So how do you see this kind of technology merging inside, for example, the mission that we saw before during the live demonstration, and how it can be useful to integrate the future drone flights with the, for example, the commercial aviation?
So first of all, what we saw before is different companies that need to fly the same airspace. We saw airplanes landing very close to here, so somehow you need to manage the airspace, you need to separate, you need to provide full airspace assessment, full airspace awareness, for the air traffic controllers that operating very close to here. I think the target of Islander, by being drone agnostic or able to communicate with any platform, is actually the answer, how you can be an enabler in this market, how you can actually change the way that we are flying today manually with a pilot in line of sight and bring them to fly beyond visual line of sight, to fly in urban areas and to fly very close to airports. Because at the end, most of the airspace at the moment belong to manned aviation, and we need somehow to provide solution that able to separate. Part of the solution that you will see in a minute is actually deconfliction in real time, the ability to manage the manned and unmanned aviation that trying to fly together.
Yes, I would like to actually ask you to maybe show us, the interface of this kind of solution, and maybe we can understand a little bit better how it works.
Great. So I'm just clicking. I want to give you, let's run on this one. Okay. I think the indie project that I talked before is talking exactly on the maturity progress that we are doing during this project. We are talking about thousands of flights that we are flying, more and more companies that are joining this process. Next year we are going to fly air mobility part of this project. So we are going to land in the main international airport in Israel, and for that you need the UTM. This is an example, very short, of what we are doing, and after that we will see the product. But as you can see here, it's an example how we are flying not in the suburb. We are flying in urban areas. It's very tough to do that. Different types of platforms that doing different types of missions, starting from fast food delivery to medical delivery. And this is exactly the maturity that we are looking for. You can see an example of command center that we are building in Israel. We actually have few command center that managing different areas. We called it under the USSP, under the UTM, we have another layer that called USpace. USpace is actually an area like a city that managing all the traffic that's flying in this area. And to start from the beginning, just running, this is the first beyond visual line of sight that we actually made. You can see an example of different drones. On the right side, you can see different companies that actually sharing data between themselves. So not all of them flying with Islander Drone Fleet Management, but they are under the UTM solution. You can see the first time that we actually flew in Israel 2 years ago around the city, crossing main roads. And all the time we are trying to following the regulation and the rules. And all the time that we are entering to the urban area, the rules are becoming more and more tough, and we need to be able to provide solutions that creating not only safety, but also efficiency to fly in this area.
Yes, I would like to stay on the INDI program, because as I understood, it was a very important program of experimentation. So many flights in different conditions. So I would like to ask you, to give us your take regarding what was this experience, maybe giving us some numbers of the number of demonstration, the kind of demonstration, and linking that to the Bari Urban Drone Range, what we are planning here, and maybe a couple of suggestions based on your experience for the development path that we are going through here.
Okay, so about the INDI project, this project that started 2 years ago, at the beginning of 2021. We started 10 companies. Part of them are operators, part of them are UTM solutions. And the main target is to actually fly as much as we can, to fly and to be more and more mature. Every 3 months, we actually flew for 2 weeks, around 3,000 flights in these 2 weeks. And from 2023, we are going to fly every month, daily based, thousands of flights. I think the main or the big advantage that came from this event, this project, is actually the first time to fly with different companies, with the whole ecosystem. When you're flying alone in your testing field, everything working okay. It's not a problem. When you need to communicate with different platforms to see how the market is really work, also to provide a real solution for real needs that you have, it's totally different. You probably going to find that the product need more testing, need more capabilities. We change a lot the way that we are communicate from 4G to 5G communication. We learn a lot about the distance and the altitude that we can fly. We talked about the remote identification and the rules. Everything is something that become more and more mature, and we accelerate the process when we flew in urban areas and in real environment. I think this is exactly what's interesting here. The collaboration that we are looking for with DTA is exactly at this area. When we found that Bari and this area looking to bring technology to the real environment, I think this is the best opportunity for drones company. It doesn't matter if it's a UTM, if it's a drone operator, this is the real life. So companies can learn a lot from this environment.
So I wanted to come back to, you said thousands of drone operation, drone flights. So this can be, linked to the theme of authorization process. So as we organized, the live demonstration, we had a very long process of authorization based, of the calculation of risks. So how did you manage to authorize so fast, so quickly, this kind of mission, this number of mission? So help us to go through that.
Okay, so if we are coming or going back to 2021, I remember the first meeting with the CAAI. This is the authority of aviation in Israel. And we sat in the meeting, startup company with the regulator, and he told us, okay, this is what you want to do. Let's have another meeting in 8 or 9 months from now and discuss it. And we thought to ourselves, we're a startup, we're not going to live so long. And then you are trying to build a relationship with the regulator, a trust relationship that he actually understands that you know what you are doing. Okay, you are bringing all the risk, taking all or managing the risk that can be when you are flying in urban area. And then the regulator is starting to trust you. And from this point, I think today in Israel, to do flights in urban areas, we're getting approval in less than 24 hours. And I'm talking about fleet of drones that flying in area like Tel Aviv. It's a fast process. Of course, they need to know the platform. They need to have all the information. They need to make sure that the software can protect or be able to manage in any case that's happening. And the regulator need to run with you.
Yes, I totally agree with this. Also, because this kind of event, like Drones Beyond, is a very important moment for us here to create this community and to have civil aviation authority, service providers, operators, maybe also final customers to go together and solve this kind of problem that are the main barriers to the acceptance and to the implementation of this kind of solution. So my final question to you is, what is your vision regarding your technology, and what are the next step that you want to follow to implement this new ecosystem?
So I think if we're looking to the future, the next step as an enabler in this airspace is the integration with the ATM or the air traffic management airspace. This is definitely the next step for us. This is what we are doing in Israel and in other countries. The ability to take the UTM to be part of the air traffic controller services is definitely the way to penetrate the airspace. You still need a solution that's able to intervene if something happens, to be able to monitor and tracking in real time. But we found that the air traffic controller giving more trust to this ecosystem when they actually know how to track and understand what you are doing. So I think this is definitely going to be our next step in 2023.
Thank you very much, Alon. Your experience was very valuable.
Thank you.
And we hope to collaborate in the future. So I would like to ask to Daniele Mion e Giacomo Cavasin di raggiungerci. Quindi ci sarà solo Daniele con noi, a quanto pare. Quindi torniamo alla lingua italiana. Il caso d'uso che vedremo adesso è l'applicazione di un VertiSpot per una serie di casi d'uso differenti. Chiedo alla regia se può partire il video, così descriviamo questa tipologia di caso d'uso, insomma. Il video che stiamo vedendo adesso ci mostrerà appunto una missione in cui un drone fa monitoraggio autostradale, giusto?
Esatto. Il progetto Nido nasce nel 2019 e la necessità era il monitoraggio di un asset autostradale lineare gestito da sala controllo remota con l'obiettivo finale di avere il controllo dello stato dell'infrastruttura per quanto riguarda asfalto, segnali orizzontali verticali e guardrail e asset associati. Da allora il progetto è partito con una POC, è stato sviluppato box e drone che vedete nel video. L'obiettivo allora era abbastanza sfidante perché la tratta che doveva essere coperta da una singola unità nido era di 10 km e quindi è stato di fatto progettato box e drone con questo obiettivo, box con atterraggio di precisione automatico, ricentraggio automatico del drone una volta atterrato, sistema di carica a contatto delle batterie e abbiamo sviluppato anche l'elettronica necessaria per fare lo scarico dati automatizzato da drone a box e quindi in centrale operativa. La parte hardware, diciamo, e la parte di ground control station software è stata sviluppata assieme al cliente riguardo alle sue necessità e quindi integrata all'interno di una rete chiusa e alla fine di tutte le sperimentazioni che sono state fatte, i test che sono stati fatti in ambiente controllato con voli VLOS come quello che vedete attualmente, è iniziata la fase di richiesta autorizzativa presso ENAC che è stata avviata recentemente. Il prototipo è terminato a fine 2021. e da allora il gestore autostradale Cava Autostrade ha iniziato appunto la fase autorizzativa con ENAC, che ha proposto di istituire una sandbox normativa per poter portare avanti questa fase.
Ti devo interrompere per un'informazione di servizio anche oggi, purtroppo a causa della preparazione, insomma, del light show. Una 500 bianca targa GG 401 EJ deve essere spostata, quindi questa è informazione importante, insomma, per il proprietario dell'auto. Ecco, volevo tornare un attimo al concetto di nido di cui parlavi prima, perché ovviamente non è una soluzione unica come quella che abbiamo visto all'esterno che era esposta, ma sono una famiglia di box, e questo è legato anche all'attività di UST che UST sta portando avanti.
Esatto, noi nasciamo nel 2015 e con Nido ci siamo trasformati da una società fondamentalmente focalizzata su un'ottica di progetto ad un'ottica di prodotto. Quando abbiamo terminato la POC Nido abbiamo deciso di trasformarla in prodotto, e in questo abbiamo deciso di industrializzare Nido in una famiglia di 3 linee di prodotto. La versione diciamo a scopi sorveglianza, monitoraggio, è una box con diametro 1,40 m, all'interno un multicottero esarottore a 3 braccia, con particolari caratteristiche a livello di progettazione focalizzate sull'essere rispondenti alla normativa già a livello di progettazione, quindi per arrivare ad avere un prodotto maturo finito che semplifichi il più possibile la fase autorizzativa per i clienti che andranno ad utilizzarlo. La box rispetto a quella della POC ha tutta una serie di sistemi di sicurezza, connettività ridondante 5G radio, ma soprattutto avrà un sistema robotizzato al suo interno che consente lo swap di batterie, e questo per avere dei downtime estremamente ridotti e avere una operatività continua per l'utente che andrà a utilizzarla. E una versione invece più grande, da 2,40 m di diametro, che invece al suo interno ospiterà un drone VTOL dalla fissa per il delivery con un carico utile fino a 15 kg, totalmente elettrico, anche questo swap batteria e esposizione automatica all'esterno della box del carico trasportato, ed una versione invece più piccola con una box molto piccola, con un diametro di 70 cm, invece per avere operatività urbana per sorveglianza e monitoraggio.
Abbiamo visto in mostra statica anche l'esposizione di una vostra piattaforma, quindi voi siete anche produttori di quella piattaforma?
Il box intendi?
Non solo il box, anche il drone, insomma.
Esatto, noi abbiamo riprogettato da zero drone, box, e adesso ci stiamo inoltrando anche nella riprogettazione del software di controllo. Il drone appunto è stato riprogettato per... Noi da subito abbiamo capito che per avere completo controllo della stazione BVLOS, quindi drone, box e software, dovevamo per forza di cose avere il totale controllo a livello di tutti gli elementi sia del drone che della box. Faccio un esempio banale: per lo swap di batterie, per poterlo far essere contenuto all'interno dello spazio della box, che sembra grande ma 1,40 m non è tanto, perché ovviamente solo la parte inferiore occupata da tutta la parte automatizzata, è necessario avere una progettazione univoca che passa dal cassetto di esposizione del materiale trasportato allo swap batterie al drone. È molto difficile farlo con un drone off the shelf. Certo. Devi avere per forza controllo totale di tutta la linea di design ingegneristico per riuscire a essere efficienti e sicuri allo stesso tempo.
Quindi tutto questo sistema è stato testato all'interno di un caso d'uso che possiamo vedere qui, che è quello del monitoraggio autostradale. Magari ci descrivi un po' il caso d'uso e poi anche ci racconti come la collaborazione con un ente autostradale come Cava Autostrade è avvenuta proprio per fare una sperimentazione che possa essere più vicina possibile allo scenario reale.
Esatto, allora il caso d'uso aveva l'obiettivo, come dicevo prima, di monitorare l'asset autostradale. Tutta la progettazione di Nido è partita con questo obiettivo, quindi autonomia di volo, dimensioni del mezzo, definizione del tipo di motori, ridondanza completa su motori, avionica, command control, flusso video, tipologia di sensore ottico, perché ovviamente per fare quel tipo di monitoraggio io avevo necessità di avere alta qualità video pur rimanendo al di fuori dell'asset autostradale, quindi volavamo una distanza di 100 metri dal margine esterno dell'asse autostradale a quota 70 metri e garantire al tempo stesso, nonostante questo, una qualità del dato raccolto che consentisse poi, una volta che il dato è scaricato, in maniera automatica, attraverso degli algoritmi di analisi di immagine e machine learning, di avere il riconoscimento automatico delle anomalie a carico dell'asset che vengono esposte agli operatori in sala operativa.
Quindi andiamo un po' più sul dettaglio del prodotto finale inteso come dato trattato e quindi informazione che viene ricavata dall'acquisizione di dati. Che tipologia di informazioni si acquisiscono in questo caso d'uso?
In questo caso d'uso si acquisiscono flussi video e foto, immagini statiche, di cui abbiamo ovviamente completa conoscenza della posizione in XYZ del dato raccolto. Queste immagini vanno a popolare un database su cloud che consente di avere una storicità nel corso del tempo dei dati raccolti e di ogni volo successivo a quello precedente va a fare un confronto di differenza tra il dato raccolto nel volo precedente e quello successivo e va ad evidenziare le differenze tra l'attuale e il precedente, e questo consente di appunto avere un dato puntuale già riferito a livello di chilometrica dell'asset autostradale che viene mostrato come alert agli operatori in sala operativa del concessionario autostradale, che di conseguenza intervengono a fare le attività di controllo e manutenzione necessarie. Durante la fase di sviluppo ci siamo resi conto che l'algoritmo sviluppato consentiva, per natura stessa dell'algoritmo, non solo di individuare gli obiettivi che ci si era preposti, ma anche altre anomalie, come ad esempio oggetti rilasciati lungo l'autostrada, cioè diciamo si è rivelato di molta utilità anche per utilizzi non previsti dal progetto iniziale.
Sì, volevo un attimo andare più nel dettaglio di quello che è stata l'operazione poi in ambiente reale sperimentale e poi anche come vedi i casi d'uso futuri, quindi non solo legato al mondo autostradale ma anche al mondo più urbano, più cittadino.
Allora,
quindi i risultati della sperimentazione.
Sì, i risultati sono stati di avere un sistema che funziona, ok? Il Cavo Autostrade intende installare una unità ogni 10 km lungo tutta la tratta gestita, che sono 78 km ad oggi. Quindi da quel punto di vista è stato un successo la POC. E ovviamente questo ha giocato a favore nostro dal punto di vista del processo poi di industrializzazione del prodotto, quindi la sinergia tra un ente pubblico lungimirante in questo caso ovviamente e la nostra attività ha consentito di arrivare all'obiettivo attuale. Gli utilizzi futuri in ambito urbano, in realtà anche Cavo Autostrade ha un pezzo della loro tratta che è costituita da tangenziale di Mestre, è decisamente ambito urbano, molto urbano, è un'area densamente popolata, è un'area che insiste su una CTR e di fatto sfiora come il posto dove siamo adesso l'ATZ dell'aeroporto di Tessera, che è un aeroporto internazionale, quindi che ha una serie di complicazioni dal punto di vista autorizzativo decisamente sfidanti. Quindi dal punto di vista dell'asset autostradale sicuramente siamo in ambito urbano, dal punto di vista invece degli utilizzi di nido come sistema ovviamente noi puntiamo ad avere Nido 140 per i monitoraggi e il controllo del territorio. Una singola unità riesce a coprire e a sorvegliare 100 km quadri di territorio, data l'autonomia considerevole del mezzo, che arriva fino a 60 minuti con payload a pieno carico, e mentre la versione maggiore, la 240, ha un obiettivo di fare delivery point to point, quindi anche in quel caso ovviamente saremo operativi in ambito urbano, anche se questo è ovvio che sarà spostato un po' più avanti nel tempo per questioni autorizzative e di ottenimento del DVR.
Certamente, quindi caso d'uso molto interessante e sicuramente anche molto, molto futuribile. Ringraziamo Daniele Mion per la sua testimonianza. L'ultima demo purtroppo è stata annullata, quindi possiamo considerare questa come la conclusione dei lavori delle 2 giornate di Drones Beyond. L'ultima attività sarà il Drone Light Show che avverrà fra poco. Ringrazio il pubblico, ringrazio tutti e buona serata.